I said, never gonna see the dragon. Confusion is the enemy. Ah, God, it might be a long day for Berion. If I'm the only professor on hand. Oh boy! Oh boy! All right. Now I'm gonna try to summon 3 books. Generic book, generic book, generic book. Hello. And each of these books is the file on a student. And if they despawn, well, oh well. Hello! Who's this? Jiro Guile. Geo Guile? Guile? Jiro. I like Jiro. Had to fix a wrong. The wrong was me not following. Oh well, you know what? Everything's okay now. Now that is a good song. It is a good song. I had a question I'd like to pose to you from Berion's perspective. Okay, what is the question for Berion? Hello, Trevor. There's a bunch of peeps today. What is the question for Berion? Really quick, we're starting. We're starting soon. Be fast. I come from elsewhere. Well, welcome to here. If you were to meet a draconic elf, what would his reaction be? I'll be honest, Berion doesn't know very much about dragons. They'd probably, like, physically, he'd probably find them rather interesting. But, I don't feel like he would have any strong reactions one way or another. It'd more so depend on their personality and how they introduce themselves to him. It'd definitely be interesting, though. Well then, let's get to work, shall we? Oh, let's get some breakfast. I'm going to just talk to myself a little bit in Berion's voice and make sure that I am in the proper tone, the right mannerisms of speaking, of course. Of course. Hello. Wonderful. Mr. Prowler? Of course. Hello, Anna. That'd be a challenge. Holding a character's voice while using the trigger phrases for a different character. That would be fun. Have fun, guys. As I came here more for the accent. Well, you know, if the accent's what you want. Okay, see if you met my OC. She's Dragon Alpha. Cool. No problem. Anytime. Wonderful. Let's get to it then. Oh, been Nordovan. Good morning.
Hello.
And how are we all doing today?
Well, how about yourself, sir?
Trying to catch up with some paperwork, but I should be able to manage by the end of the day. Hopefully.
You received my report, correct?
Yes, I finished reviewing it last night, thankfully. I'm immediately breaking the voice, god damn it.
Just for the sake of transparency, I was also going to be sending some letters out to Sig,
Good morning.
Captain Sigurd,
Mhm.
and
Good morning.
the surgeon in Koreatown, Maria.
Who's that?
Very well.
My name is.
I don't see any reason to oppose this. Seems like your own personal business.
Hello.
It's just what I am.
Just avoiding the
Some of what I
loudness
wrote in my
as long as you
report.
can, or-
Sorry.
No, it's just
Of course.
one bio.
Morning.
There's about nobody here, so I just wanted to go.
Oh,
I did not end up having anything to use it on.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh,
Record.
morning.
Oh.
if you ever need one on a rainy day, let me know.
Green tea.
Oh.
I hope
The
you
only
had fun.
thing I really think of that I was looking for was if they had anything like the crystals here to replace the one that I had.
Still looking for a replacement,
Oh.
If I can catch the deputy, I'll be sure to speak with her about requesting one for you.
Morning, guys.
Oh.
Hey,
It makes
try
it
my best.
easier
one of these
to.
finest waters.
Oh. It
Please.
makes it easier
Do you think you
to
were talking to me like that?
get energy for the day.
myself now.
I'm just kidding. I got it.
Oh.
Give it to me directly,
Okay.
please.
Enjoy your day, Risa.
I will. Thank you.
Oh,
Want some?
Put some of that in there.
Oh.
what are you? I heard you. What are you doing? What did you do?
There's nothing in it. Don't worry. I'm messing with you.
What?
I think
You asked for 2 ice cubes, but I only gave you
a nice one. What is?
Exactly.
It is
Can I have the
a.
cold
It's called
brew,
green
please?
tea.
Of course.
Oh.
It's plant-based.
Good morning.
Got
May
water.
Sula and
Hello.
Lime Green.
Thank you.
How
It's
are
hot
we
water
doing
with
today?
like
Will
Mm,
I think green tea is.
I'd rather answer that question when it comes to how did the day go.
That's a lie. The question.
Oh.
Not to jinx it, you know?
Best water you
Of
ever
course,
had.
of course.
Like, how's your day going?
Mhm.
I don't want to be like, oh, it's good, and then like
Mhm.
bad things happen.
Morning.
Yeah.
Morning. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad to hear your
Morning.
wonderful voice is recovered.
Not much.
A little bit, yeah.
Am
Still have to be careful.
Still on the
Drinking
mend.
my milk, so I have strong bones.
To a degree, yeah.
Don't push yourself.
It is what it is. No, I'll push others to do better.
Good to hear it.
No.
Hmm.
You hesitated. I think we have a child on campus.
Do you want to go for a walk?
It'd be scary
Gladly.
if I had a growth spurt.
I mean, you did.
Where to go?
Via your chest.
Please don't.
Perhaps
Via
to
my
the
what?
gardens.
Your chest.
That would be
Not my
nice.
chest. No,
I don't want to know.
that's not getting a growth spurt.
Ha!
I can't do it like you.
That's called growing.
Good morning, Misty.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm clearing my throat. How are you doing?
Good morning, Cadet.
Oh,
I will
Wait for it.
be...
Wait for it. He's gonna say, Cadet, it is time for not fun anymore, and I need you to work. Wait for it.
Is that how you address a superior officer?
I'm sorry, Professor.
And it has been 2 weeks. Have you completed the questions I've assigned for you?
Yeah, I can probably grab them in
I'll be looking for you somewhere, sometime later in the evening. I'll collect them then.
Noted.
Enjoy your breakfast.
Will do. Enjoy your tea. Hope it isn't poison.
Can likely fill you in on the plan of that one.
Good morning, Rex.
Morning.
You would have loved to see some of the cadets' glamours during
I wouldn't have
the
been able to
celebration
see
occurring.
anything.
Well, a handful of them decided to portray themselves as the opposite gender, and it was quite interesting. Some of them were quite handsome, others quite stunning.
Oh, yes, I seen Augusta and Zachary. Who else?
Shizuko and Gavin.
They gender swapped? Interesting.
Indeed. Shizuko was even
Was
wearing
Shizuko a
this...
small boy?
They were, however, they were wearing quite the handsome suit.
Interesting.
Morning, Professor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Gavin.
Guess we start this way.
I'm likely going to have to be reprimanding a few of the students today.
What happened?
It was discovered that Kari had been struggling to repel a werewolf in recent times. They were able to wound it. Indeed, they were able to wound it and repel it from the town, and even deduced where it was hiding to attempt to recover. Cadets Lila,
Okay.
Zachary, Chips, Ryder all requested from Professor Sky for their wish to assess the situation. Oh, and Cadet Hart as well. That was the one I was forgetting.
Okay.
The
And-
operation was overall a success, albeit very messy. They were able to find the werewolf, discern its intentions. However, by their surprise, a group of civilians wandered into the crypt, very curious of what they were up to.
Oh.
Chips, indeed. Apparently the werewolf detected the civilians entering and started becoming more hostile. Chips rushed them out the door quickly as he could. Good morning.
Professors.
Good morning.
Morning.
Chips rushed them out quickly as he could and admitted he had to be somewhat forceful. He was shoving back one of the guards
Yes.
that was... what is the word? Lingering behind.
Yes, that would be understandable. If they're not listening to words, sometimes a forceful
Indeed.
push with an apology, be like, "I'm sorry, I was forceful, but you almost got eaten alive by a werewolf
Which
because
is
you wandered into the wrong
precisely
crypt."
the situation and how that resolved. I even spoke to the guard's captain, and he was very understanding. Actually, he even gave his thanks, which I am to provide towards Chips sometime today.
Excellent.
So don't spoil that for him, please. But
No, Chips tends to be the type to how do I say, not hover. Like he will let a professor do their job most of the time, and will also just quickly assess the situation. If he doesn't need to get involved, he doesn't.
Indeed, over my time speaking with him and the few interactions I've had, he seems rather well put together. Seems and from how his squad speaks of him, his heart is in the right place.
Good morning, Reese.
Good morning.
How are the flowers doing?
The flowers are very happy and sparkly this morning.
They turned themselves
It's
into a
good.
kitten. It was so adorable.
Hmm.
Mhm.
I'm glad to see you're taking good care of the flowers.
Mhm. I need to go to the dorm swans next. They have been thirsty.
Thank you very much, Rise.
I'm
We'll
sure
talk
they're
to you later,
thankful
okay?
for your. I'm sure they're all thankful for your help.
Okay. I hope so. Cannot forget the most important flower here, Steppy.
Quite a tough one, aren't they?
It grows through the floor. It's very special.
As I was saying, it was when they all exited the crypt that my concern arose. As they were entering the gate, Cadet Lila, Zachary, and Hart all broke into rather furious argument in front of several civilians, which I did my best to order them to calm down. Zachary was, well, showed his opinion of that rather clearly. So I'll be speaking.
What was his opinion?
He scoffed and shoved past me.
Oh, I'm a big bad werewolf with no pack, so I obviously know better even though I'm a child. Gotcha.
Regardless of their temper and whatever spurned the argument, well, I'll be addressing how cadets are supposed to be presenting themselves, especially in the public.
What about Ryder? You said Ryder went with them?
Supposedly. However, it appears his input was, or his being there was, of lesser note, I suppose. Not to say he didn't do anything. It's merely that I have nothing to comment on about his participation.
He was there, but he didn't take any action that was negative or positive.
To my understanding, he was the one who was most closely looking after the civilian that they took as a guide.
That's good.
So, you did well as well. So, I'll be pulling aside a few of them today. And then I have to consult with Misty
Would
about
you
our
like someone
plan.
there? Would you like me there to document it so that way it's just reported down? I know you've been doing a lot of paperwork lately, so I can write this one down, as I have to file them anyway.
I had to pull up all three of their three of their files, wrote through most of that. Some things concern me, but others helped paint the picture of why they may have come to the conclusion they did. Respectfully, I'd rather you not have to see me while I'm not being at my kindest. I'm going to be rather stern towards them. It is a reprimand, after all.
You just said the wrong thing, though. It would be different if you said you didn't need me there, because you could do your own paperwork. It's another thing entirely to hide an aspect of yourself.
It is not that I wish to hide parts of myself from you. It is that how do I say? I do not wish to Words fail me. I'm sorry. But that is not my intention.
Hmm.
It is not going to be any fun, I suppose. That's one way of saying it. If you wish to be there
There
professionally...
have been too many men.
then
No,
very
there have
well,
just
but-
been. There have been too many men in my life. Like, I don't want you to see me when I'm bad, or sad, or mad, or upset, or giving discipline to soldiers or cadets. So, with that in mind, I've often seen it repeatedly as a manipulation tactic to keep a positive view of the person you're interested in hindsight, and then always shy away from the difficult parts. So I don't like that. Professionally, I can fuck off. Unprofessionally, that is a red flag for me. I'm going to continue my walk and just
Very
think
well, then.
about some things because
Administrative
that is something.
Assistant Minerva, I would wish to professionally request your presence to
No.
assist me in this reprimand.
No, too late now. I need to take some time because that's exactly the type of behavior people who've tried to manipulate me by seeing them in only the way that they want to be seen have done to me. I'm not saying this is your intention or that you want to do it or that's who you are. It's just triggering for me to see someone that I respect do, even if it's unknowingly, the same type of manipulative red flag behavior that others have done. I give you the benefit of the doubt that it's not the intention. I just need time to comprehend
Of course.
what was hurtful for memories. I'm gonna walk now.
Well, that fucking hurts. Damn. Shit. She just tore him in half, the Prowler family. Oh, right on. Damn, indeed. Fuck. Yeah, Berion has some fucking shit to think about. Ooh. It was... So, my brain... It wasn't that Berion doesn't want her to see that part of him. She already knows that he plays... Like, when he's professional, he's very stern. He's very strict. He doesn't hide that. It's just... He didn't want her to have to... It's... Berion knows that Minerva cares for the students very much. Knows that she cares for the cadets very much. He didn't want her to have to sit through a meeting where he's just giving them shit. Does that make sense? You know? It's like, hey, I know you care about them, so I'm not gonna make you sit through and watch me tear them a fucking new ass. Words fail me. Hmm. Yeah, words fail me. Berion is... That was me just blanking. I couldn't think of anything on the fly, so... Which does not help him. I hope that she can come around, because Minerva is actually a really big pillar of support that he needs in order to get through a lot of this shit. Green tea in the morning. It's probably finished it by now. Just gonna vibe here, though. Just looking for ideas. Because this is how the cadets see us. This is how the cadets see the professors. In the shining light, looking down upon them. Backed by knowledge. With so much to say, but do they listen? Do they listen? Does Berion listen to the students? Do I listen to the students? Or have I let the position blind me from better things, from better views? Sup, Neil? Good way to keep IC, yeah. I'm very practiced in keeping in character, or saying in character ways that I am struggling out of character. Such as if you're lagging, just say you had a dizzy spell. Or something like that. That's enough staring at the windows. Let's just go outside, sit on the patio by the totally not there door. I need to adjust myself. There we are. I have to center myself, figure out where the fuck I am. There we are. Now I'm centered. Tink. Someone's training. Let's sit down over here. So Berion less wanted to show her that side, but more so wanted to not put her through some of the trauma he knew she would dislike. Yes, exactly. That's exactly it, RK. Perfect. You should be getting summoned shortly. Berion's not looking forward to his day. He has to play mean teacher today. His evening is completely wrapped up in playing mean teacher. I am actually, whilst I love the ship between Minerva and Berion, I am happy to see that it's not just they accept everything about each other. I'm actually really glad that they have struggles like this. It makes it a lot more believable, honestly. Them having disagreements, misunderstandings. It's quite nice. The main hall design makes so much sense now. I'm not sure if it's intentional, but lets me paint a picture. Rather artistic moment, you know? Maybe if he plays a tune on the door piano, he'll feel better. The tune thing is a reference. Got it. Plays a tune on the door patio. Tune thing is a reference. Not a reference I know. It's actually kind of funny how alone Berion can feel. He's grateful that Albrecht is putting trust in him, but Berion can't trust him back until I know what his goals are. Is Albrecht lying to me? Even Minerva, there's some amount of doubt, some fear that she's going to double cross him. But for her, he's willing to take the risk.
Oh, perfect. Morning, sir.
Good morning. Can I help you?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Not at all.
Yeah, actually, I
Just
wanted to
pondering
speak
some
with you
things.
before we started. If there's classes today afterwards, I was hoping to gather Gallant, and then take them to the med bay to replenish our blood stock, at least for our squad. I've already spoke with Augusta about it, and we have Nerali, who's part of that. And then after that, if you're interested, sir, or not busy, perhaps you could oversee us studying in the library. Because I'd like to, if you remember our activity sheet I submitted, I'd like to have our squad go to the library, since we'll not be able to do much physical after donating blood, but we could easily study. I was considering the incorporeal spirits because, well, we just dealt with some of them because the Spirit Week is still fresh in our minds. So,
understandably. I do have a pair of meetings I have to oversee later this evening. One of
Fair.
them is actually with misty today, so
Okay.
I'll try to meet you in the library. I'll approve it.
Gotcha. So would you speak with her after or during, perhaps? Or
Perhaps, yes.
all right. Well, then after classes, sir, then I'll meet up with you, and we'll at least start our agenda, and feel free to pull her away then.
Of course.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I just heard the bell, right? Or was
Yes, you did. Just now.
Gotcha. Okay, because it was just one or two, three. Anyway,
Just
I'm
one.
going to go to class then. Fair enough.
And thank you for checking in. Combat gear.
That hurt me in my non-existent heart.
He's not a walking corpse. Yeah, that doesn't help either.
All right.
I could give lessons of shit.
Yeah, that's fair.
Which side will Berion stand on today?
My professor?
Good morning, Deputy.
Morning, madam.
Good morning.
I kind of want to... I want to do this intentionally, but I always want Berion to stand opposite of Finn. Just for the sheer visual of it.
Berion, I'll leave the matter we spoke on to you.
Of course.
Huh? You may be seated. Today, class, we are going to be having an activity, a class on something that I found severely lacking. We're going to have a class on communication, rather an activity. It should be fun. After assembly, you will all meet in the Coliseum intercombat gear. Right. As well, we have a new member of staff to announce. They are ready and around. I will do so. But I believe before that, Professor Berion, you have other, so to speak, moments.
Can the following cadets please rise? Squad leader Zachary Fang. Cadet Lila Fang. Cadet Chips. And, if present, Cadet Hannah Hart. Well, I'll find her later. Following the lesson today, each of you will be immediately reporting to me, and we'll be discussing the activities in Kari. That is all.
Understood.
Right. One last piece of business then. As you have noticed, we have had guards around the campus assisting and
God damn, my nerves are shot.
well, assisting in day-to-day
anxiety
matters
just
and
spiked.
patrolling the grounds to make sure everything is safe. And as of yet, we haven't had anyone for them to report to besides myself. Well, today that changes.
Guard captain.
You, rather. Guard Captain Jonas will be in charge of the guards from now on. You are to respect him as much as any professor. Please respect him and give him
Hello?
your utmost attention.
Like I was summoned, I just heard my name, and now here I am. Greetings, Deputy Headmistress.
Captain Jonas. A pleasure, as always. I'd like to say a few words before we dismiss the students.
That was a fucking entrance. Alright.
Hello there, cadets of Ascension Academy. I am Captain Jonas Arthwin. I will be overseeing the operations of the guards on this campus from this day going forward. I will also be tutoring all of you in the art of rune crafting over the course of this year. I pray that we have a productive one, and that I have an opportunity to get to know each and every one of you. My duties will be split between attending to my teaching job and overseeing my guards, so if you ever do have need of me and you're unable to find me, you can simply speak to one of the guardsmen here and they should be able to point you in my direction or alert me that you need me. Regardless, pleasure to be in front of all of you, and I look forward to working with each and every one of you.
I like him.
Right.
I like him.
If you would make your way to the Coliseum in your combat gear, we will begin the class in about 5-10 minutes. Just missed.
All right.
I didn't
Got
stand
the
up.
OBT, so
I heard the stand up, so I stood up. And then I blocked everything out. Oops, fucking.
Go and grab your equipment.
Got a bug in your helmet?
God damn it.
Zachary.
We're looking forward to your assistance, Captain.
Getting out of combat gear.
Pleasure to meet you. Joseph Asmodius Joko. At your service. I hear you're new at this academy, and I look forward to working with you very closely.
Well, I look forward to it, Joseph.
Thank you. We try to get on our morning exercises as early as we can. You do know the exercises we do in the morning, yes? Or occasionally, at least.
I don't. I'm quite unfamiliar with the goings-on with this academy, but I do suggest that you go get ready for the exercise. It should be rather exhilarating today. We can go over
Yes,
these
sir.
exercises at a later date. Thank you.
Are you going to be joining us in the exercise, sir?
I will be helping brief you on it, but I will be overseeing my guards' participation within this exercise.
I'm so sad to hear that.
You guys can go and get your
I'm looking forward to working with you regardless.
I'm already.
I just need to ask
Of
you a
course.
question,
Sir.
Yes.
Oh, we're just gonna introduce ourselves
All right.
since we're changed
Well,
already.
Dad, is there something wrong
Wait,
with your
do I have
leg?
to
Hello,
be here?
Captain.
You don't have to, but you can if you want to.
Well, I feel
I
a
can
little
introduce myself on the field.
confused with all of you so lined up, so it's...
They're following me, Captain. This is my squad. I was simply
Oh,
going to
well.
introduce myself and ask about rune crafting tutelage. I was learning under Professor Willow, personally, with runecraft. I'm just hoping to continue that under you if possible.
Of
I'm
course,
Stark Zephyr, sir.
A pleasure, Stark Zephyr. Yes, of course we can do tutelage. I have no problems with that. Though I'm going to be careful with extending private lessons in my first few weeks here. Don't want to be seen as playing favorites.
Understandable. I look forward
Yes.
to it. My squad, I'm going to grab equipment if you are already ready and go. Yeah, of course, you can introduce yourself if you like, but I'll meet you all at the Coliseum.
Nice young man. Greetings, you two.
Greetings. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Cadet Lila Fang.
Ah, a
Second
pleasure,
in
Jonas
command of
Arthwin.
Crystalthorn.
Ah,
You are-
second.
Forgive me if this is forward, but you're a bearkin, right? Or a werebear?
Werebear, yes, from Telliswood.
Really?
Yes. My wife and I live
Where
there.
is that? Is that on Valandor?
It's near Saigon.
You're doing alright.
Hmm.
I'm walking.
Interesting.
So you can keep.
Oh,
Yes,
wait,
to
near
the west.
Saigon?
To the west, yes.
I'm also from near Saigon.
Oh, well, what a nice
Much further
coincidence.
north, though.
Ah,
More
I
north.
see.
More in the corner, yeah. I'm Cadet Morgan Fox Club. I would shake your hand, however, due to personal reasons, I do not.
Oh, perfectly fine. Respect personal space. Understandable. Well, it's a pleasure to meet both of you, and I look forward to working with you.
And you?
I'm going to speak candidly because it's in my nature to. I'm very, very
please
excited
do.
to have a werebear or another werekin on. It's awesome.
If I can let you in on a
Really
little secret.
awesome.
It was part of the reason I requested to be stationed here.
Really?
Figured a bit more representation would be good here.
I agree.
Remind people that, we are capable of holding high station regardless of our, natures at times.
That's really fascinating, sir. I look forward to learning under you.
Of course, I look forward to teaching.
Alright.
No, both of you.
Take any more
Head on
of your
out.
time. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Under
Guards?
such high demand already, I'm almost jealous.
Oh, I suppose so. Guards, let us, well, I suppose I should introduce myself to my fellow faculty. My apologies, I'm not the most, not used to this sort of thing.
Nothing
Apologies.
to be worried for.
Jonas Arthwin.
Professor Berion, a pleasure.
Pleasure's mine.
That one's really excited about the captain.
And you, ma'am?
Madam Minerva, administrative assistant.
Pleasure. I may need to come to you to help me get set up around here. Going to need quarters. Think I'm going to be staying in the guest offices for now, but
I
I've
assure
heard
you
it's a bit
she is
dreadful.
a lifesaver. She helped me get on my feet here.
You
Excellent.
can write
I
as
am-
fast as I can, so you're in good hands.
I am consistently in need of life-saving, I assure you.
Okay, I promise to life save as much as I can. Both of sanity of writing reports, and if I need to tank something in the battlefield, I got you too.
Ah, wonderful, wonderful. Well, I look forward to working with both of you.
Goes well, sir.
Yes.
For the
Right.
sake of addressing
Guardsmen.
properly, would you
Ah,
prefer
yes.
if I
Sorry.
called upon you as professor or as captain?
Professor might take me some getting used to.
Captain Jonas, it is
Honestly.
then.
So Captain works for now. Yes, I'm sure Professor will settle in one day, but who knows when that day will be, right?
Well, the cadets are likely going to
Baby
bombard you any
steps.
moment now, so be ready. But we should likely be off.
I am terrified of it. I will see you both out there. I will be assisting with the briefing, and then we will be off.
See you then.
Yes. Right then, guards. I believe I will need a bit of an escort.
Captain.
All of you will fall in.
Let's go. Of course, Captain. Fall in.
I like him.
Much appreciated. If I can be blunt with all of you for a moment.
Ah. Oof. Still in the doghouse. Got it. Berion tried to start conversation and she didn't even reply. So, oof. Big oof. Let's check on you guys while I can. What did I do? Slip of the tongue that she didn't. Both him and Berion fully taken over Willa's jobs. Ooh. Would be a werebear. Werebear is pretty dope. What did I do? Yeah, it was a. Berion meant well when he said something, but Minerva didn't care for it. So, miscommunication, misunderstanding. She doesn't fault him for it, but she needs time to think it out.
Ryder. Thank you for volunteering.
Bitch.
A few sleeping bags.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
How many sleeping bags was that, ma'am?
Lady?
Oh, for you.
Enough for your well,
Victor and Esme, do you wanna get that
two,
one?
let's say. On Vale,
Alright.
you'll be working with Ignis.
Lila, come with me.
All right.
Joseph, you will be
I
working
just
with
need one set
Vanguard.
of hands if they want to follow me. Raleigh, can you follow me as my second? I'll grab the tent.
Joseph.
And you can carry the sleeping
Holy
bags.
shit, Gavin's shield.
Joko.
Joseph.
Good, let's go.
Yes!
Joseph, you'll be working with Vanguard.
Gavin looks great.
Or well, actually,
Hi, Joseph.
back up.
That's a tower shield. Fuck yeah, man.
I don't see Francesca
Four
here
groups,
today.
perfect.
Oh dear.
What's your hair made out of? The ice.
Oracle, if
Is
you're
there
in chat,
something-
we miss you.
I asked, are your hairs made out of? Is it just normal ice or? Is it just cold hair?
God damn it, Joseph.
It's frozen so I can, flip my hair and cut some bitch's head off.
Hell yeah.
Very nice.
Hmm.
I guess you can say that is cutting it short.
God damn it.
Right, actually, today's lesson is about communication, so I suppose you shall communicate this to your Rusticer squad. Today, you will each four group will be given a location, a place to set up camp, and a fortified camp. You will act as if the area is completely unknown terrain, and you will set up a fortification in order to, with the intent of staying for a while.
Alright.
I would also
I need some
recommend
more
taking
help.
a barricade
I
or
have more
two
equipment
if you
to
wish.
Understood.
Oh,
Morgan?
Can you grab
right.
a couple of barricades?
Elaine.
You will each be given a location,
Actually, Liang, just
and
carry
once
that
you
crate that we has everything in it.
and once you get to this location,
They didn't say we're not loud.
Mm.
No carrying of large crates, only the necessities.
All right, I'll go inform him before. Thank you, Norelli.
Alright, I have the other shits
the,
now.
the trip will not be long.
Sure, buddy.
Also, we will not be using teleports, the portals. That's cheating. Right, but the main goal of today is not necessarily how well you make your campsite, although that will be part of it. It is about your inter-squad communication. One of you, or rather all of you, will be given a message. It will start at one group, and that message will be transmitted to the next group. The messenger can only say this message, or rather deliver this message once. And then the group will continue on to give to the next group, and to the next. And at the end, we will see where our shortcomings are. On the way of giving this message, you may come across our lovely guardsmen. You will need to get past these guardsmen through stealthier operations. You cannot be seen by them, and if you are, you must defeat them in non-lethal combats. I do not want anyone hurting our guards. Is that understood?
Oh.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Understood.
If you do, I will leave your punishment to the guard captain.
It'll be a fun one.
Right.
I don't like the sound of that.
Does everyone understand the basic premise of it?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question
Cadet
pertaining
Ryder?
to the. So you said not to hurt them, but we can't knock them unconscious, right?
Non-lethal, yes.
Non-lethally.
They go
Okay,
down.
Cool.
Yes, if they go down, let them stay down.
Yes, ma'am.
Hmm.
No more questions.
It would
Right,
be
at least-
preferred if you don't knock them unconscious, though. They know better than to fight you to the, well, unconsciousness.
Yes, if you defeat them, you will know.
Yes, ma'am.
That being said,
Stealth with that big shield.
if you're not careful, you might be the one getting, let's say, captured. And then your squad will be informed and you'll have to do that again. But don't worry about that, just don't get caught. Good, Lila.
It was actually back to the whole knocking them unconscious thing. I would prefer that we don't do that, because that could mean that they could have a mild concussion. And I don't think that you want anybody to deal with a mild concussion or any sort of head injury.
Yes, do be gentle in our guards, please. They are not... They are not...
Do you hear that, gentlemen? They intend to go easy on
They're
you.
not pushovers, however...
Perhaps you should correct this.
Yes.
I mean, we are human, but not trained.
Anyway.
File over, cooking.
Right. One thing about this message. This is about communication. It is about being able to understand a message and relay it in a manner, in a quick and concise manner. Again, you only have one chance to say this message and convey it to the other squad, so they should be listening. And you should have a very clear understanding of the sentence. You may work with your squads to figure out who's the best in that. That being said, I will make it a point, just one moment, to state here and now, if you have other ways of memorizing said message, do not use them. I don't want you, how do I say this, using your... I don't want you looking for these answers in your head or wrist, if I make myself clear. Damn.
Let's be respectful to the exercise.
Cheating.
Yes, ma'am.
Clever.
Anyway.
Fascinating.
Very
Cadet.
clever.
And someone looks at the wrist for answers.
Cadet Stark.
What are my wrists capable of?
Just to be sure, the person sending the message will be doing it solo or as a squad.
Oh,
You can
gosh.
do it as a squad, but you will be very easily
Well, I failed
seen.
this challenge.
This is the point of trying to get a message quietly.
Understood.
Yes.
Where's Idaho?
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm gonna hurt you.
I have no questions at this time.
Cadet Chips, yes.
So we are to set up camp in a fortified location. Will we expect battle?
You may. If the guards get bored and you're taking too long, perhaps.
And are we to send one runner to send information?
As I said, you may send more than one. However, you'll be very easily spotted. I'm going to limit it to two, I will say.
Ryder, you're on fire.
No, Ryder.
He used the kit.
Is that normal?
I thought I was gonna fucking die.
That's normal, yes.
He usually does combust into flames, regardless.
Sure, he'll be
Is
fine.
everyone else any other questions while Cadet? Any other questions while Cadet Riders?
Thank you for
yes,
letting me know.
Rex.
Are we picking the locations ourselves,
Quite
or
the strange
are we being
cadet.
assigned
No,
to
I
them?
will. Well, I'm going to give you a generalized
Well,
location,
he is a fire
and
demon.
then you will be. Excuse me. I will give you a generalized location, and you will choose an area from there to fortify.
Alright, thank you, ma'am.
All right. Now, get this show on the road. Group 1 will be Gallant Squad. Do you have one of your guards take them to their location?
Of course.
They are to go to?
You.
Yes.
Will you attend to them?
They will be in the west.
Sure, absolutely.
I should say one thing, actually. Directions are a bit tricky, so we are using the academy as a central point and considering the tree and the entrance as north for the sake of this exercise. Is that understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Guardsmen, you'll be taking them to the dorm beaches.
So we're on the south end right now.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right, lead the way. Fall in line behind him.
Group 2 will be to the north.
Looking forward to this one.
Will be to the east.
We'll attend to
No, I laughed so hard internally. I think my stomach did a. I laughed so hard internally. My stomach did a flip flop.
at the north.
Oh dear.
Front of the academy.
Don't injure yourself now.
Oh.
And ladies, cadets.
You will be with Vanguard.
Right, I will
Yes, sir.
leave the rest
Be
to
taking
you.
them to the caves.
Please do make sure they don't cheat.
Of course.
And
Any
group
particular
1 starts
instruction
first
you would
when
like
you
us
are
to
ready.
carry
We'll
forward?
be taking them to
Which one of you is
behind
sure
the
they stay out of
stadium.
trouble.
We'll be heading to the back.
Yes, do make sure
Understood.
that they do not try to kill each other.
Noted.
I'll leave this to you, good captain. We'll start with
I feel
Gallus.
like my stomach did a
Of
flip
course, I'll
flop
go
on
deliver
that
them the
one.
message as soon as I can. Right then, you three. You'll be patrolling the grounds between the different locations. You know your jobs. I trust the three of you. You, however, are allowed to use the portals to get around. It's a little unfair if you don't.
Did they get weapons? I know that the good one over there gets a stick.
Go ahead, break
Oh,
them
they
out.
should all have their own quarter staves with them.
There we go.
It's easier if they don't use their swords. Now, you'll excuse me, I've got to go deliver the message to Gallant Squad. They're going to love this.
Is there
Just
anything
for
that
the
we do?
information, if you want to go harass the cadets, make sure they don't kill each other, but also give them a bit of a hard time.
I
Like fight
want
them?
to hear what this message was supposed to be.
I kind of want to hear this message too,
Of
and then
course,
split
you
off
may.
from there.
Sounds good, like
Aye.
a plan.
Yes.
The message that will be sent is...
Hang on, we still have some
Let's
witnesses.
wait until they're gone.
Where are they headed? I already forgot. Oh well.
Ready?
Right,
morning.
the message that will be, well, ideally delivered. When the crow flies towards the moon, so too does the raven fly towards the sun. It's a bit nonsensical.
Mm.
It's a game I picked up back in Saigon.
Mm.
Should be interesting.
Saigon's a wonderful place. They gave me my glasses.
Oh, lovely people, lovely.
I can already see.
Now,
it
professors, if
being
you wish to,
simplified, but hopefully the message remains.
Oh, yeah, I know exactly who's going to simplify it. We'll
Now,
see.
if you three would like to have some fun with it, you are more than welcome to accompany my guards in making sure that the cadets are able to stealth around, shove them into the mud a little bit. I leave it in your capable hands. You all have grand judgment. Might as well have some fun with it while they do.
Noted.
Right. I've got to go deliver this message to Gallant and pray they have somebody
So-
to deliver it effectively. Take care.
Yes, sir.
Hmm.
It's
So I guess
tempting
one of us
joining
per
the
guard, though.
patrols.
Is it one guard per area?
We will be patrolling
We're going
between
around.
all of the areas.
All right.
Yes.
Well,
East.
I'll keep
That's where they were.
my eyes open.
All right, let's head to the.
Suppose we should head
portal
out.
then.
A hunting we will go, a hunting we will go. Mm.
All right. You two start at the dorms and patrol the grounds from there. You two start at.
Us two?
Yep, you two start from
I
the
would
dorms.
say the front. The second people. Considering they need
Yep.
to go to the tree.
So you two, you can start at the front at red, and I myself will start over at the beach.
Sounds like a plan.
Noted.
Professor?
After you, guardsman.
Thank you.
Alright. Good hunting.
You as well.
I can only imagine their faces
Well, this
already.
should be...
A singular guardsman, or we can take them forever. Guardsmen and professors. My word, now it's fun.
Yes.
With you at my side,
It will
I
be a
feel so much
surprise that
safer.
they, and with you as well. Now, my old bones, I don't know if I could keep up with these students, but I'll try my best. At the very least, they're not aiming to kill.
Not at all.
So I have some hope. These old bones still have some fight in them, so should be able to hold up my own.
Well, I'm sure experience will outshine youth in most occasions.
I'm counting on it. I've watched these children work day in, day out with their training, and they are impressive. Now, but I'm not sure if they're capable of holding back.
Control is another skill they need to learn.
Well, here's our first group. Well, second group. Are we scaring them?
Perhaps.
Technically, it's not their turn yet.
I believe they're still making their way to their campsite to prepare themselves.
Yes. Have fun, cadets.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I do have high expectations of the cadets to pull this through.
I trust that they will make tactical selections with their messengers. A few of them are capable of several arts of subtlety. With
Indeed.
confidence, this will likely be the ones they send.
I do worry. I know some of them do have the capability of blending in with the shadows.
Indeed.
And again, that would be up to trying to perceive what is abnormal in surroundings to detect them.
No, I shan't use any. I won't use any spells. It might be unfair.
Understood. We're not trying to make this an impossible task after all.
Indeed. As a baseline, it is already going to be difficult.
I worry about the Vanguard squad. I've noticed that they tend to be a little rough-handed.
They are the most boisterous, from what I've seen, yes. Out of all of them, Vanguard will likely be the one who struggles the most with subtlety. I don't believe any of them quite have the skill to elude.
Nothing
yet.
Nothing yet. Ignis has just arrived at their area, so they should be setting up right now.
Okay.
To To my understanding, Galliant has Cadet Bile, who has some sort of manner of subtlety.
Hmm.
And then Flora as well. She's
Yes.
used her ability to scout ahead several times. I should really learn about the details of many of their skills. See if there's any limitations to them.
Not everyone has an absolute skill that has no weaknesses.
Precisely. Many are situational.
And overconfidence is an insidious killer. I once had a squad mate that I went on a mission with, who had the ability to blend in the colors of their skin with their surroundings. Like a chameleon.
Interesting.
Unfortunately, they got too confident of their stealth skills and didn't count on the enemy to wildly swing at their surroundings. We had to pick up pieces of him afterwards.
My condolences.
Well, it was a long time ago. Rest in peace, Charlie. But stuff like that happens. It's part of the job.
Indeed. It is the reminder we never want.
I've heard the elves. I've heard the elves are well skilled in stealth as well.
Can be. Subtlety is not my particular forte, but there are several who take upon the more delicate arts.
I see.
I focus more into my swordsmanship in my casting.
I see. I've had an elven squad mate once or twice in my lifetime. They usually focused on magic. And they are indeed quite skilled at it. Probably saved my life quite a few times. I owe them a lot.
Were they from Aldoria?
I believe one of them were born from Aldoria. And one was... I believe they were born outside of Aldoria, but I can't quite remember where. It was in one of the northern countries.
Well, those within Aldoria were normally very eager to help our comrades. I doubt he is expecting any sort of repayment from you. Simply happy that he was able to help.
Oh, no. He might be arrogant at times, but he is quite helpful and always willing to
We do have our
help.
pride, yes.
I believe everyone does.
Friendly spotted. It is a rare opportunity, being able to walk the grounds and knowing that the students for once are avoiding you. Peace and quiet.
Yes. Sometimes we do have moments like this as guards during assembly when we are not required to be in the main hall.
It is much more empty, though. As hectic as they can be, I very much enjoy hearing about all the different sorts of mischief they get into.
That is true. The students are quite amusing by themselves.
Forgive me, I haven't asked your name yet, Guardsman.
Oh, my name is Guardsman Charlie Chaddington the 16th.
Charlie, then?
Chadley.
Chadley, pardon me. Guardsman Chadley.
Yes.
Understood. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Professor Berion.
Pleasure to meet you, Professor Berion. Oh. My family comes from a long line of Chaddingtons who has been serving the CAF since, I don't know, during the time of the start of the Darkness War.
I see.
Somehow my family lineage survived, and we've been serving the CAF since.
Pardon. My father and his father before him both served in the war.
Ah, I see. Maybe somewhere down the line, my great-great-grandfather served with yours.
Just possible. And here we are, comrades once again, a few generations later.
Yes. Now, my son is actually in the CAF as well.
Is he?
Currently, yes, my eldest son, Charlie Chaddington the 17th, is currently with the CAF deployed in Ancestra.
I see.
Got 2 more sons doing their own thing, and along with 2 other daughters.
Understood.
Only my eldest decided to join the CAF, which is fine. Everyone's free to do so. Follow their dreams.
You are much more lenient than my father was, then. My father demanded that at least one of his sons carry on in the tradition of serving in the Kingsguard.
Ah, understood. My father was that as well. I had resentments, though I decided in the end to follow in the path he set forth before me. My siblings decided to do so as well, though all of them were reluctant about it, but in the end my father got what he wanted.
My brother and I were taught swordsmanship when we were very young. The moment we could hold a training weapon... Are you alright? Guardsman?
Out of character. Voice in head. That caught me very surprised. I'm hearing voices in my head.
If you have any ideas of where we should station ourselves, just let me know.
Let's see, I believe Gallon's base was to the west, which would be the beaches.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, so we're very close to where they have set up.
Should we overlook the territory they've claimed? I wonder if they've sent anyone out yet.
Well, they should have by now.
Working together, it wouldn't take them too long to set up camp. Captain Silver.
For a little while.
Pardon?
Will you be here for a little while? About 5 minutes?
I can remain here if you require me.
Not for any particular
I'll be fine
reasons.
by my own.
If you have something urgent to do, don't let me hold you up. But if you do, I will be right back.
Very well. I'm
Let me
simply...
say 3 minutes.
I'm just assisting the guardsman in his patrol.
I understand.
Well, I suppose we'll stay within this immediate area then.
I see.
Let's not be too stationary, though.
Indeed.
I wonder what she needs to discuss.
Hmm. Hmm. No.
Have you spotted them? Yes, I see the tent, I believe.
Yes.
How many do you think we'll catch?
Well,
I want to say 2.
if there are... That's a reasonable number. If they're not doing their job correctly, then 2 sounds like a reasonable number.
I get the feeling there's going to be at least 1. At least. We shall see.
At the very least, they can't take the portals as a shortcut.
Well, I am going to remain here and await Captain Silver's return. Whenever she's done with me,
I will
I'll try to
continue
find
to
you.
do my. I'll continue to do my patrol, head towards the Coliseum, then to the building, then come back here. And if you're still here, I'll feel free to join me in my patrol.
But of course, good hunting, Guardsman.
Thank you.
The silver one from me. Let's look in this direction. This guard is fascinating. I love the guards. Love your NPCs. I had a Violin Norelli, yeah. Right here. Yeah, there's several of them. He got the quote wrong. Well, finally, it's time for shenanigans. Shenanigans! Doesn't matter that he got the quote wrong. The message was still there. It's better luck than proceedings 15th.
Priorities.
I was wondering what you were at.
Campfire.
Ah.
I was looking for s'mores, but I couldn't find any marshmallows. So, hot dogs it is.
Shall I accompany you then? I'm assuming you're returning to one of the campsites.
Sure, if you wish. You wish to join me? It'll take a bit of
requesting
a jump. No, that was all. I just wanted to show you that I was being stupid.
Ah, I see. Well, I am assisting the guards in their patrols, helping them spot any of our little intruders.
Wonderful. Let me know if you catch any of them.
Of course.
Especially a crystal thorn. I'll be
Minerva
most
is also
disappointed
quite
if it gets
eager
spotted.
in catching at least one of them.
I would believe it of her. Absolutely, without question. Well, if you'll excuse me, let me go deliver the weenies to the children.
Enjoy yourself.
The weenies to the... I will. I am. I am enjoying myself.
I thought it was gonna be super serious. No, she just wanted to she just wanted to show me her sausage. Ah! All right, let's find our guardsman. Chadley, yes. Yes, I think he said he was going to be doubling back up towards the tree again. Let's find my guardsman. I think if Berion spots a student, he'll use his shield. Is that mine? No, that's not mine.
Professor?
Hello, guardsman. I was just separated from my partner temporarily. Trying to hunt down Chadley again.
I do not recall where they might have been.
I believe he
see
said he was
someone
going
go
to
that way.
continue around clockwise, was my understanding.
Got it.
Any
All right,
events
I
yet
will
for
leave you to
yourself?
finding him. I sieged Gallant and was thunderclapped by Rex.
Oh,
which was not a fun experience.
I hope you're right. Ready for
I'm
another round,
fine.
are you?
Yes, yes.
Glad to hear it.
This is fun, after all.
Enjoy yourself.
You too.
It'd be rather interesting, actually, if we had signal flares or something of the like. Catch one. See a few beacons shoot up into the sky. That'd be rather interesting. Quite cinematic. There he is. Let's catch up. There you are, Chadley. My apologies.
Ah, Professor. Welcome. Your business with Captain Silva is over?
It was just a short exchange. She wanted to show me something.
Oh,
quickly.
I see. Ah. Well, so far, I haven't run into any of the students.
A guardsman I passed just now said he just finished harassing Vanguard in their camp.
I see. Well, Ignis should be set up somewhere over here.
Yes, I believe so.
Do you want to harass them, Professor?
I should likely not join in any attack, but if you wish to, feel free.
Well, it's one against an entire squad. That probably won't fare well for me.
Well, ensuring that they're on their toes, perhaps.
Oh.
If you wish to check with Jonas, feel free.
It's fine. I believe they're doing a splendid job right now. I wonder how well the runners got in their messages through the other groups.
I'm curious how many have made it so far. They're bound to have been relaying it by now. Actually, the garden give excellent cover for someone to hide in.
Yes.
Yeah.
But if they set up their camp, ideally it should be on high ground. This would have been a kill zone for them if they set up down here.
Hmm. High
Though
ground
they're
is not
aiming to
always an
hide.
advantage. There's some ways you can
True.
take advantage of it. If you're at some sort of precipice, if you do not have suitable ways of falling back or escaping, it is also much easier to
that
be
is true.
spotted. So you should only really use high ground if you have an overwhelming force. That or individual scouts.
True. That they are trying to hide their camp. So down.
Were they
lower-
instructed to hide their encampments?
I believe only to fortify it, make sure that it's defensible. I see someone over there.
You hear something?
Maybe someone over by the mines?
Perhaps we should move closer to that direction then.
Yes.
Might have been one of their own perimeter guard.
Maybe you found one of the camps. Just keeping an eye out in the corners. You never know if maybe they decided to lay an ambush for the patrols. I had a squad that was ambushed one time while we were out on patrols, attacked by orcs. Clever orcs.
I saw a green
Usually they just go for
a few days ago.
Oh?
It was rather interesting. Didn't get to speak with him directly, but he was well dressed, and the town seemed to, well, be fine with his being there.
And the orcs, though we still have some tensions between them, I believe we're trying to establish some sort of civilized communication with them.
Don't see anything from here.
I could try getting closer. I used to be part of the, let's say, espionage team.
I was part of forward armored infantry.
Oh, heavy hitters.
Front line and defensive positions.
I believe you guys saw most of the action then.
I've seen my share. Nothing yet. But if you wish to
nothing at
be
all.
subtle.
There's a students.
Oh dear.
Looks like one of them has been caught.
I'm gonna respawn. You can tell them to meet me.
I'll handle something.
Of course. Cadet Jamie, I believe.
I believe so.
Seems he was Vanguard's selection. Interesting.
Oh. Sacrificial pawn, do you think?
Regardless, it means that Vanguard is going to have to reattempt.
Is that someone I see over there?
Movement. Where did you find him?
Oh, I just saw him going around there, and then he actually tried to kill me.
Oh.
Really?
Did he use magic?
Yep, he did.
Oh dear. That won't go well.
Understood.
I'm glad I know how to dodge.
Good job. Oh, good job capturing him then. That is likely
I've
the
seen what
movement.
he's capable of.
That is likely the movement we spotted
Yes.
from that flank then. Have you notified the captain already that he's been captured?
He's in there, but it's being held with at respawn.
Noted.
For the time being, just continue patrolling.
Of course. Let's be on our way then.
Well, that's one cadet caught. I believe you said at least two. So we're going to find a second one
Two
eventually.
is my gamble, yes. Yes. Just things.
Yes, madame.
Let's see if Minerva spotted anything then. She's heading towards the range. Rather quickly as well. What does she up to? I believe she was paired with one of the other guards, yes?
Yes. Unless the other guard got knocked out.
Perhaps we should check in. Communication exercise, after all.
Indeed. Now, how many of the students are capable of remembering the phrase?
I believe there's a few in which I would hold confidence in. Arbor and Stark and Vivina, they're all very keen minds. Some of them will likely struggle to remember the exact phrase, but I imagine the point of it will likely remain. I doubt there's any who will completely butcher it.
I hope not. Although it is an exercise and precise information on the battlefield will determine life or death.
There's the other guardsman, I believe.
There's another guardsman.
So there's her partner then.
Probably
all is
keeping an
explained.
eye.
Well, this seems clear.
Probably just keeping an eye out on the group over there.
There's another one of ours. Area secure then.
Yes.
Well done. Yes, very good.
Everyone's doing a splendid job.
Quite nice work. Impenetrable defenses. Or at least we'd like to advertise.
been rather quiet. Our patrol's been uneventful. I don't know if that is a good thing or a bad thing.
Well, perhaps just our luck, perhaps.
Possibly.
Even if we do not
Although
detect...
that also means... It also means the students are doing a wonderful job on
very much so.
fulfilling their mission.
Even if we do not detect any of our little intruders, our mere presence alone would be an obstacle for them to avoid. And they would have to address us, reroute, or perhaps try to evade us. Either way, it's pressure.
Mm-hmm. So what's the craziest thing you've seen on the battlefield, Professor?
Are you asking what the strangest thing I've seen is, or the most unfortunate?
I will go with the most absurd, because there
Most
are plenty
absurd.
of unfortunate things on the battlefield after all.
I will say... yes. I was tasked with joining a reconnaissance patrol towards, with one of the more regular scouting squads. We were away for a few days, and during one of the evenings, once we set up camp, well, a few of them decided to go for a swim, bathe a bit, clean themselves up. So, they were doing quite fine until our camp was found by a pair of blackguard. Another, well, it was smaller ones. They were likely counterintelligence, looking to find us, scouting, looking to find them. But regardless, while we were making some noise and dispatching them, those who were bathing ended up joining the fray, weapon in hand, stark naked.
That must have been a sight to see.
Well, the officer at the time thanked them for their due vigilance in defending us, but also gave them a slight reprimand for not staying in uniform whilst on duty.
That is true.
Yeah, they were all good sports about it, regardless.
Yeah, I believe that's like some students over there. I see.
Yes, that should be one of their encampments. Did you intend to continue forward? Will likely be assailed if we
they
wander
may.
too close.
Yes. That's what I was weighing my options on, and that will be a losing fight.
We've already confirmed that
No,
position. No need to delve further.
Yes. Understood. No, as for me, for my craziest thing I've seen on the battlefield, on the same mission while we were ambushed by orcs, a few days later while we were back in camp, a caravan passed by and was the same orcs that ambushed us, trying to pass them off. Yes, they were trying to pass themselves off as wandering burlesque dancers. They were wearing the skimpiest of outfits that you do not want to see on an orc.
The feathered tails and the vibrant colors.
Yes.
Oh my word. So yeah,
They
what's
had
this? What was
coverings
that
on their
dance?
face.
Something like this, yes.
I believe it's a can-can.
Yes.
Yes. They were wearing those veils on their face, trying to pass off that, like, we won't recognize them from that.
Well, but they'd be showing a lot of leg, wouldn't they? It'd be quite...
Oh, they were. Their legs were massive. They were bigger than my whole body.
What do you think is braver
Oh.
from...
Hmm.
Did you hear
You
something?
hear a flare?
Indeed I do.
Yeah, someone
Shall we
shot a flare.
investigate?
Sure.
Well, any of us issued flares as well.
Somewhere around here.
I believe it was from the far side of medical, perhaps by the museum.
Yes. Nothing. I wonder if it was shot as a distraction.
Possible,
knowing
but
that
we should
people would be
investigate it
running.
regardless.
I agree. Even if they're an ambush, we just have to be prepared.
Exactly. Would have been somewhere around here from what it sounded like. I didn't see the flare itself, though. Did you? Were you able to spot it? I
Only heard it.
Yes. I did not command the unit. He was stationed with them. So the story is he was stationed, they set up camp, and a few of them decided to go off bathing. Whilst they were all stark naked and, cleaning themselves up, they came across hostiles and had to fight them off.
Did you see that flare that got shot?
We heard a
Professor?
flare from this direction. Did you spot it?
It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
Understood. We'll return to where we were then.
I see.
Alright, just keep watch.
Very well. False signal then.
Perhaps a misfire.
Hopefully no one got shot in the face.
Well, if someone did, we would likely not be discussing with the very calm guardsman.
We'd probably be hearing the medical bell if someone did.
Likely.
See a guardsman? Oh, keeping an eye on the camp over there. And I believe I saw someone over here with Ignis.
Did you?
Earlier. There was more towards the back line over there, closer to the tunnel. At the very least, we know where Ignis is. And Gallant.
I do hope we at least spot one of them. I'm starting to question my own powers of observation.
I hope so as well. And again, my old eyes may be failing me.
Come now, cadet, go
I
easy
hope
on
not.
these aging souls. At least give us a hint.
Yes, indeed. Professor over here is, well, better than my physique. So go easy.
Well, you said you're a human, yes?
Yes, I'm human.
I must say, the race of man has my respect. Elves live 10 times as long, but it appears that humans get 10 times as much done. Perhaps...
So we have a short lifespan, so we try to make the most of it.
That was how I always
Live
saw
our
it as
life to
well.
the fullest.
You've always... Your time is much shorter, so you're more urgent.
Yes. I am glad that I was able to have children with my wife when we could.
I could
And
never...
now I am just waiting for my time.
I could never see
My
myself as a
wife
father.
has...
I'd like to make a terrible one. An uncle, perhaps, if my sister ever marries.
Yeah. Well, let's hope that your sister will have wonderful children.
Yeah. That counts on her actually leaving a home and finding someone, then.
Is she the homely type?
She is, yes. She keeps a close eye on mother and father back at home.
Loyalty to family, that's admirable.
Indeed. Well, despite how much pressure my father put upon myself and my brother, we're all rather close.
Let's see. I believe my youngest daughter has settled down with a man and has resided in our family home. So at least we have her
Congratulations.
there taking care of everything. Yes. I haven't had any grandchildren from her yet.
All things in time. You've been northern. Pardon me.
It's okay. We are having plenty of rest, Professor.
I've been trying. I've been buried in paperwork the last few days.
Ah.
There was a few reports I had to
Unfortunate.
review and...
Oh. Do you hear that?
I hear it as well. Should we turn back then? It came from northward.
Sounds like might be from Ignis's camp since it's coming from the north. It's either they're trying to distract patrols or they're actually trying to get someone to come back to their camp.
Possible.
You might as well head on over there at this point.
May as well.
Yes.
What are they doing with the flares, I wonder? Thought I saw something.
Definitely sounded from around here.
Yes, it definitely came from northward.
I'll head back on over to the beach.
Understood.
I think you two can handle whatever's here.
Good luck.
Always have it to a degree.
Hmm. Well, I don't see any of the Ignis squad here in ground level.
I don't see anything
So
either
that
immediately.
means...
They could have taken an elevated position for their camp.
Yes. In this area, high ground does make more sense.
Indeed. I do not see any source for the flare, however.
Hmm. Just being cautious.
Of course.
Well, Ignis has done really well in hiding.
Very much so.
Well, Ignis gets points for not being spotted easily.
Then they've done well. They must have attempted to send another messenger by now. It's been so long since Jamie was called.
Splendid job, Ignis. Well, they should still be well within the barrier.
Yes,
I
believe so.
Or are they allowed to go outside the barrier?
I don't remember hearing anything being discussed of it.
Very well, I will not question it if they stepped outside the bounds.
I doubt they would. High rolling hills. Good opportunity for cover using the slight elevations. I wonder where they settled.
Definitely high ground, though. We're already covered most of ground level, and they don't seem to be around anywhere.
Pardon.
Interesting. Bravo, Ignis.
Bravo indeed.
Well, definitely defensible since we can't even find it.
Ah, yes, the ultimate
And if they are on
defense.
high ground, yes. If they are on high ground, they have a perfect view on anyone who's possibly coming in any direction.
Hmm. Of how open the hills are, though, not much foliage to cover them, aside from the
Yes.
geography itself. If they were observing us,
That
we
is
could have
a-
spotted them in kind.
Hmm.
Then again, I'm being rather casual with my vigilance. Wish to be fair for them.
It's understandable. Professor of your caliber would probably find them right away if you were using your abilities.
For a few of them, perhaps. It is not at all absolute, however. I have my flaws, I have my weaknesses. For example,
As do everyone.
if someone snuck up on me before I established my enchantments to protect myself, I'd be at quite the disadvantage.
Ah. Understandable.
Hmm. Well then.
Morning.
Cadet,
Yeah?
I believe you
Rather
just came out of the dorms?
Yes, I was very ill.
I see.
Yes, you are
Are you not
currently
aware
in
of the current
exercise right now.
No, I was wondering why it was so quiet.
The current training exercise is a stealth operation.
Ooh, okay.
Yes.
I believe
you're
Ignis is
technically out
somewhere
in the
northward,
open.
yes?
Yes, somewhere north.
Well,
It would be unfair if we followed her to try and find him, but if you go
I'm
over
willing
to
to
the...
accompany her and we can look for their camp.
That is fine. I'll proceed with the patrol for now.
I'll catch up with you later.
Okay.
I shall escort you to Ignis then before one of the other guards try to assail you.
That wouldn't have been fun if one of them did. I would have felt like I was being attacked.
Indeed. I didn't quite want to pursue you as... Well, you didn't seem on guard at all. It was actually rather strange.
No, I had no idea anything was happening. I was asleep. I ate something bad at Kari Town.
I see.
Got kind of ill.
Well, I hope you're feeling better. Now then,
Yes,
the current
much better.
the current exercise is that each of the squads has been tasked in making a camp as stealthily as they can and defending it. Each squad will then ferry a message which will be relayed to them. They can only be told the message once, and then they can send one runner to try to send it to the next squad over. And the guards are tasked with capturing and detaining anyone who, well, they come across.
This is an interesting assignment, I suppose, because of how bad we are at telephone.
Which is precisely what we are trying to practice. Subtlety and communication. Ah. Cadet Ryder.
Just scouting out, Professor.
Perfect. I have a straggler to assign to you.
What?
She was unaware of the operation currently in effect. If you would mind relaying her back
I was
to your
very
camp.
ill in bed.
Sure. All right.
If you came from this direction, I take
you
that
ready?
you were close to Ignis then, yes?
No, Vanguard.
Hmm.
We're on the east side.
I see. Have you spotted Ignis then?
Oh.
That's the third one now.
Wait, the flare came from over there?
That is the third. Well, that does give us a lead in where they might be, shall we?
I guess we shall.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Ryder.
Rashi.
Bye.
And if they're not there, well, I'll check with Captain Jonas and see if he can help me find them for you. There is a new member of faculty.
Oh.
But Captain Jonas, he's now overseeing the guard here. He's a werebear, I believe, and he will be teaching in rune crafting.
Oh, okay. A werebear.
Indeed. He seems like a rather a happy fellow. I'm sure you'll come across him eventually.
That's good to hear.
There we are. Well, I see their defenses and their stationed guards. Wonderful. Hopefully they do not fire.
Hopefully they do not fire.
Indeed. I'll leave you to them. I should probably ask what the flares are for.
The flares? Yeah, I can do that.
Indeed. They're waving me down, perhaps I
Alright,
should
Wind Affinity,
approach.
don't fare me now.
I see. Well, climbing, don't fail me now.
You know, right here gives a good view of straight to the entrance.
Clever
It
position.
really does.
I've spotted or
Evening,
at least
Professor.
heard 3 flares coming from over here. Is everything all right?
Yes. Chips's plan was probably every 10 to 15 minutes fire off one. I'm guessing he's doing it as practice for people to find us if they are hunting for us, since we have moved locations.
I will say it has made some of the guards adjust their patrols. It's clever.
Well, we knew they were supposed to be patrolling, so we had our original position, and then we've been doing some moving every now and then firing off a flare.
Understood. Well, I should join back with the patrols. I was just bringing the straggler. So, if you see me
Understood,
about,
sir.
I will be the opposition. Be warned.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Noted. What was all of that about? I got there late.
Well, so long as everything's all right, I know I don't have to worry about the flares anymore. Wonderful. One less thing to worry about. Let's get out of the view range. It appears we're finished. Well done. And now I get to yell at some cadets. No, he wouldn't have. His armor's so nice. Gavin's armor looks great. Berion would not. He would not have spoiled it. In fact, Berion would probably have still like played along for the sake of the exercise, because you know that'd be kind of metagaming. Berion was respecting the nature of the exercise. Regardless. How many did we end up catching?
Quite a few, to my knowledge, but none remained in captivity or anything. Few handful of scuffles, but only one actual injury.
My
Cadet
patrol
Ryder.
was completely peaceful. Almost disappointing.
Seems that many of the cadets were highly intelligent with their routes.
Good to hear.
More than capable of obeying the rules of engagement.
Man. I
Got caught once. Madame Minerva apparently interferes, and she grabbed me by the collar at the back, so I kicked back and kicked her in the groin. But I don't think she felt it, so. But any other person would feel that.
Did you get away?
Yeah, she's like, do you want to play? How about we settle this and play the jumping puzzle instead? I'm like, no, I don't want to play games, so I just dueled the guard that I was taking out instead.
Understood.
Wait a minute.
Playing no fucking
Madame
jumping
Minerva was
puzzle?
Madame Minerva was involved in this exercise?
I was aiding in the
Oh, yeah.
patrol as well.
Fucking irritating.
Man, doesn't she know she got the
in the
death grip of
fucking
Jesus?
groin.
Why was she involved?
Who's this?
Who's Jesus?
Eyes front, Mr. Thorne, for now. We'll discuss after.
Calm down.
Understood.
Stop saying who! You sound like owls over there. I'm gonna throw a burrito at your face. See how you like it, Liang. Bitch.
Ryder, shut the fuck up and face front.
Shit, sorry.
There we are. There's our struggles.
Apologies, sir. Keep them at the table for now.
Yeah, just put them on the table.
Oh, I guess everyone else.
We're gonna go back.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It has been interesting.
Welcome back.
I believe this is everybody. Oh, first day and all, so I could be mistaken. Anyway, well done. Gallant squad. If you'll send your representative forward to pass on this message, we'll begin grading you on how this was received in the end.
Joseph! Joseph, come over here.
You wish for me to repeat the message, sir?
Aye, as you remember it and as you heard it.
I was not there for the receiving of the message. My squad
Ah.
captain received it in my stead.
Very well. What was the original message then?
When the crow flies towards the moon, as such the raven flies towards the sun.
Very well. Would your squad captain now step forward to repeat the message that they received?
Yes, Minerva was there for this. We heard back the message as the raven flies towards the moon, as the crow flies towards the sun. That is what we heard back.
Understood. Well, cadets, the lesson here is evident. The time it took to pass message from camp to camp resulted in a decay of the message. Understandable, but something to internalize nonetheless. Messages are often passed from individual to individual in the field. This often is accompanied by long stretches of absolutely nothing to do. So my apologies if you were bored at any time during this assessment. As for the injuries sustained by my guardsmen, you all performed commendably in ensuring that they were relatively uninjured. There are a few corrections to be made over the coming days, but they will be made nonetheless. We did have one guard sustain an injury to the ankle, that they will need medical aid after this assembly is completed. But otherwise, congratulations on not killing any of my guards. Finally, each of you are to be graded on the efficacy of your encampments. Let's start with Gallant. Gallant, your encampment was well fortified using your own defenses. You placed yourself in a difficult position to defend, but you performed commendably. I give you passing grade. Ignis Squad and Ardent Vale. Your camp was difficult to find, highly defensible, but also highly dangerous. You receive a passing grade for this, but only barely. When you're setting up a forward camp, you must be hidden from your foes, but able to be found by your allies. And more importantly, building a base on a cliff is all well and good, but if you are pushed off said cliff, there's a problem. But nonetheless, passing grade. Vanguard. Your camp was relatively well fortified. You had a strong perimeter established. Played to your strengths. For this you receive a passing grade. Though you were relatively in the open, you understood your terrain well. Finally, Crystal Thorn. Your encampment was very well fortified, very well defensible, but very difficult to find. Passing grade, nonetheless. But in the future, it is important to remember that, again, with a forward operating base, it's imperative that your allies be able to find you without having to stumble upon it, in a way. Well done, cadets. You should all be proud of your performance today. That will be all. Dismissed. Medical squad, please see to my guard in the medical bay. He has a wounded ankle.
Thanks to you, we passed. I would have made us fail.
By the way, I told you I
today.
But the only thing is from the back because you did not look to your user's sonar to the left or right. You went straight in, and a moment before, a guard had just left. That's why it was in combat with me. Be back to left yourself vulnerable on the left-hand side.
We have some time.
But other than that, it was
We need to
Your
get
use of the river was
ships. We're supposed to
absolutely
talk
brilliant.
to the
As soon as Joseph
professor.
was the right way, he
You run after him?
Not sure.
Captain.
Okay.
Question.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case,
Can I report to medbay? My back seems to be aching. My old bones. Not being able to keep up with. Of course. I take my leave then.
She will probably. Yes.
You cry?
I know you wanted to speak with us. May I drop my things off first?
Of course. I'll be at my office. You know where to find me.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Very well.
I believe
Sorry,
Cadet ship slots, so
Thank you for your assistance, by the way, madam. It was very much appreciated. You as well, Professor Berion.
Yes, I believe I see
Happy to
where
help
the
however I could.
miscommunication may have happened with the. I was there for the delivery of the message from Gallant to Ignis, which was delivered correctly, and then from
The
Ignis to
others
Vanguard,
are
it was
packing their
delivered
things
correctly.
and then will be joining us.
So it was
us at
either
my office.
between Joseph
Where are we
Verlaine,
meeting?
who
We'll be
Crystal
speaking
Thorn
my
was
office,
not
yes.
the original runner, or it was.
So we'll be off then. We'll meet
I don't
in
think
the...
I've ever seen your office.
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
But it's somewhere between there, between the two clans.
Have fun, Zachary.
I was trying to be there for the exchange. Okay, yeah.
Thanks for taking this back from me. I appreciate it.
Well, I'm the one with the ankle, so everything's fine. We're all good. Happy days. Thank you. It was non-lethal.
My office isn't anything too grand, but it serves its purpose nonetheless.
Hmm.
There we are. There we are.
Anyways, have a nice day.
I did see that Jamie was captured. I'm sure you heard about it eventually.
I did not know he was captured. No.
Really?
Well, I mean, the gods spoke to me, but
Understood.
Today's been kind of crazy.
Understood.
I'm going to be honest, Professor. I have no idea how we passed. I sent Joseph the complete wrong way. It's not a good day for me. I'm going to be honest.
Well, once we're done here, that will likely be the end of your hardships. For today, at least.
I have a sneaking feeling I already know what this is about.
Quite. Not too hard to guess. As I said, there's two. Very good.
Oh, fancy.
Wonderful. Please be seated. We'll be waiting for the others to arrive, as we enjoy luxuries while we can. Nothing. How did the operation go for you, Lila?
The one that we just had, sir?
Yes.
I think that we did well. To be fair, I understand fully what's trying to be communicated with making sure that we're in a easily findable position. But the only reason that Joseph couldn't find us is because he was given the wrong direction to go. So he went east first, but we were south.
Well,
so as soon as he went the right direction, and he could
Look,
see us because we were all standing there, and we had a 90-degree vantage point behind the entirety of the Colosseum and then all the way to the front of the training grounds. So if anyone went that way, they would have seen us standing on the bank, and of course, as soon as he left the training grounds, he did.
I see.
So I think that we were still easily findable. He just needed to be given the right direction. But I fully understand what's being communicated, and we will work on it.
Good.
Yeah, it
Being
wasn't
able
my
to
day.
take criticism well is important.
It's not my strongest suit, but I'm trying to do better at it, sir.
Everyone develops at their own pace, but regardless. Hopefully the other two don't keep us waiting over long. I'm sure you two have things you wish to address yourselves. And I have other lessons I need to turn to. So. There we are, this three.
Apologies, sir.
Perfectly fine.
Cadet Chips has flexed. He will be here as soon as he can.
Of course. Well, if you wish to be seated while we wait for him, feel free.
Thank you, sir.
How was your share of the operation then, Cadet Hart?
It was, interesting, sir. We ended up changing camp in the middle of it.
Relocated?
Yes.
What spurned the change?
After we received our message from Gallant Squad and sent our message out, and we received our runner back, we decided we wanted a more defensible location in case we were to be attacked.
Clever. Your objective was fulfilled, so... Well done.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Let's see here, how are we for time? We'll wait another few minutes. Oh. Give him 3, maybe 4 more, and then we'll see how it goes.
Yes,
If
sir.
not, I will relay what I have for Cadet Chips later.
Of course, sir.
If anyone has something they wish to say, in the meantime, feel free.
You mean before the interrupting begins? Sure.
Interrupting?
Yeah. Imagine a couple of them will have a lot to say.
Perhaps we should hold off on that particular topic if you believe it to be so volatile.
I'd rather not have anything to say about it in front of specific people. If you want to have that conversation, I'd rather have it in private, sir.
If we must, very well.
I was going to make a full report on it anyway.
Well, if you wish to speak privately, we can do so afterwards. Or on another day, if it better suits you. Ladies?
Thing to say, sir.
Understood. And so we simply wait.
Everything that I would have to say is in my report, sir.
And it was well structured. Thank you. Very well. Let's get this on with. Please rise. Please stand, Cadet. Let us review what this is actually about, then. And clarify on things that we found agreeable and what we did not. So, I'm going to review the information as I understand it. If there are any errors in what I have, please correct afterward. Fair? So.
Sir,
yes.
if I may. Much as it might mean the awkward silence for a moment.
You wish to wait?
Kid, I believe it would be best, yes.
Very well.
At least a few more minutes, sir.
I can spare it, so long as the rest of you still can. I imagine you're busy as well.
Of course, sir.
This is a priority, sir.
Understood.
I would like to make a note, sir, of something unrelated.
Of course.
The sleeping bags. Apparently, they I think there should be caution around them. They seem to be a bit jumpy, sir.
Jumpy.
Yes, we had an incident or two where we were displaced while using them.
They're spring loaded.
Interesting.
Yes.
Noted. I'll see into that when I can, then. Thank you for the warning, in case I ever go camping on the grounds myself.
Yes. To be honest, I've heard how beautiful the location is. The grounds, I mean, sir.
There's a few places on the grounds that I find rather enjoyable. As everyone slowly takes their turns,
This is a strange question.
Of course.
But you're from Eldoria, yes?
Indeed. My family's in the capital.
May I ask, and this might be personal,
If it is,
why you
I'll
aren't
rephrase it.
teaching there? Why you choose to teach here?
Enter, cadet. The answer is quite simple. About a year ago, I found hope. And I chose to kindle it. Thank you for joining us.
Sir?
Now then, let's get started proper. As I said earlier, I'm going to recount the situation as I understand it that happened in Kari, and if there's anything that I am mistaken of, you are to correct me once I've finished. Understood?
Understood.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Yes, sir.
So, upon arriving in camp on Kari town, several cadets quickly heard the recent news of a werewolf attack that had come in force and was successfully repelled by the guard. It was understood that said werewolf had fled to the nearby crypt in order to see to its injuries and hide best that it could. You each learned of this throughout your own, ability, and sought Professor Sky for approval, as you wish to confirm the information yourself and to gather additional information that the town perhaps could not. With you, I believe it was reported that Cadet Ryder was with you, yes? As well as one of the locals who were a professional in the area, chosen as a guide. You entered the crypt relatively unobstructed, found the werewolf, who then identified himself as Grime, and discovered that his situation and condition was dire. His injuries severe, and his situation quite disadvantageous. It is at this time you attempted to open channel of negotiation. During this time, however, you were interrupted, surprisingly, by curious civilians and even some of the town's own guard, who entered the crypt, and their very presence alerted the werewolf which caused a jeopardy for the negotiations and diplomacy taking place. When this happened, Cadet Chips escorted said civilians out as urgently as he could, needing to take some amount of persuasion to ensure their safety. Quickly afterward, some of myself and some of your fellow cadets wished to investigate the situation due to your being gone for quite some time, where we were also briefed and saw our way out. To my understanding, the werewolf Grime will be receiving some amount of aid in his recovery, and the local guard is going to be ensuring that he is not bothered so long as he is within the crypt. Does any of this information come across as incorrect or incomplete?
I mean, the inconveniences weren't just the townsfolk. It was the people within our group that prevented us from being able to do better negotiation. It wouldn't have been so difficult in the first place if some people didn't come.
I see.
They jeopardized the mission first.
Regardless.
There was some information missing in your recount.
Of course,
Well, you
please.
said that there was one that accompanied him at the very beginning. There was actually 2 other civilians that tagged along, which prompted my... well, coming along anyway.
Yes, I saw in the report that you joined partially into the operation.
Yes.
Anything else?
There's more, but I told you I'd talk more privately about it.
Of course. Cadet. Hana.
Sir. On my request, Cadet Chip stayed outside, and he agreed to stay outside of the crypt during negotiations, as you say. He didn't enter in until the Kari civilians did, sir.
Understood. Now then.
I have an inquiry about that.
Very well. What is the question?
If Cadet Chips was stationed at the outside of the crypts guarding the entrance, how did the civilians and the guards enter in the first place?
Would you care to answer?
Would you like me to respond?
Please. Calmly.
Once they
preferably.
went inside, I too went inside. I hid right in. So yeah, I wasn't gonna see them. Hiding in the mouth would have just invited more.
So you are...
I was being discreet.
You were concealing yourself, and then when they entered, you pursued them.
Yes, sir.
Understood.
May I respond?
Constructive, I hope.
I'm simply misunderstanding, I suppose, how the civilians and the guards made it all the way to us, if you were to have caught them as soon as they entered. Unless you yourself were also deep within the crypts.
Is this a question or a statement?
We'll leave it as a statement so
Maybe
we
you
can
can
continue
clarify.
forward.
Very well.
Now then, after speaking with Guard Captain Sigurd within Kari itself following the operation, this, whilst the intentions were good, was messy. Several things could have been done better, as I'm sure each of you have your own critiques you wish to apply. However, I am here to convey forward, especially to those of you here, that Guard Captain Sigurd wishes to express his complete thanks for your efforts in Kari. He thanks you for gathering the information, opening channels of negotiation, and while it was, some say forceful, He actually thanks you, Chips, for being able to take upon urgency and safety over politeness. And he apologizes for his guardsman's own rudeness towards you. The crypt is going to be supervised by the Kari's guard, and any further operations that cadets take within Kari, if they are obstructed by civilians, said civilians can face criminal charges for endangering themselves. So again, messy, but well done. End of the day, no one was harmed, and we're another step forward. To that end, Cadet Chips, that is all I have for you. You're dismissed.
Sir.
Thank you for your time. For the rest of you, the reason I have asked for the rest of you to join me today is not about what happened in the crypt, but of the scene that I witnessed immediately afterward. And that is what we are going to be discussing at length. As I have spent the last few days since our return going through quite a large amount of reports and paperwork to become more familiar with each of your situations. So, is what I saw at that gate something I should expect going forward?
No, sir.
Any other input?
I don't know. That depends on the other people.
Cadet Hart?
I should not have lost my temper. I apologize, sir.
I understand things can get heated, especially here on the grounds, especially on the battlefield. But whilst we are especially within settlements, towns, before civilians, even when you are to be relaxing, you are representing the CAF and the Academy as a whole. The Guards Captain was also very clear in the distrust that is present. And civilians and guardsmen alike seeing us at each other's throats does not particularly paint confidence in their eyes. This goes doubly so for squad leaders, who are supposed to be role models for those below them. If I was not present, would that have come to blows?
No, sir.
What is your honest opinion?
No, sir.
No, sir.
So high temper then. That's it. Passionate measures? Heartfelt disagreement?
That's all it was.
I have my reasons for my emotional status in that situation, sir, but it doesn't matter.
That is up for debate, but I will leave it to you to settle it however you need. As one. We are all here to act as one, fight together as one, and to bring the world to a better future. Regardless of your origins and history, personal, professional, or otherwise, so long as you don those uniforms, such outbursts in the future are not and never will be acceptable. Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any further comments?
No, sir.
If there's nothing else, very well. I will be issuing a report, pass forward to administration, saying that this outburst did occur. Whilst minor, I hope it remains minor. If further outbursts do occur, we will be addressing it as such. As for the deputy, well, she might have some plans for you, but perhaps this may be enough. We'll see what she thinks. Dismissed.
Yes, sir.
If you wish to remain, Zachary, please. So how on the record am I to be acting?
Hmm? What do you mean, sir?
Normally when cadets wish to speak with me, immediately following some sort of meeting, it is because they wish to do so... Pardon. Let's track myself. Awkward. Pardon about that. Normally when cadets wish to speak to me after meetings such as this, they want to be off record, speak more casually. Thus, starting to take habit to check.
Whatever you feel is necessary, but I'm going to be speaking very bluntly as a leading officer.
Professionally it is then.
At the academy. The reason the situation went so badly, sir, is because we had a group that was specifically picked out. I made this very clear when we were going to go deal with a possible feral werewolf or one of Malar, which is a full-blooded werewolf. These wolves can be considered the most dangerous. Full-blooded are not a joke. They can smell humans, vampires, whatever it is, from miles away. There was a specific group that I took. Rider, fire. They don't like fire. Fire is useful. Can keep our enemy away from us if need be quickly. Hannah, she took an interest in it. I didn't necessarily want her to come. Being human, the less humans, the better. Less easy to pick out.
Why accept her then?
But they came anyway. Because I respected that she wanted to come help and give medical aid. So I'll let her come. Lila. And then the crypt expert. It was only meant to be 4 of us. Including myself, which 5, sorry, rather.
Understood.
There was not meant to be anyone else, which, when we exited and went to the south gate where we were going to go to its den first. To which Sigurd jumped on our bandwagon, and I made it very clear multiple times, but I was spoken over, not heard. I tried to make it known. When I'm in my other form, sir, it's a lot harder for me to...
Communicate, yes?
Yes. I've been going through personal training over summer break for that in Ironwood, with a personal tutor of mine.
Glad to hear
for
it.
my wolf training. But it is difficult to maintain sometimes. And instinct can take over. So saying things more than once is not really something I should have to do. If they respect me, they'll listen. If I can't get people to listen, then in that moment,
it's more volatile.
I can't help them any more than I have.
Indeed.
Went to the gate. Sigurd jumped on. I made it known that we should not travel with any more humans. Another person jumped on, one with blue hair. I don't know. She decided to also come with us. We started heading...
Was it the elf of glasses?
To the left side of this... Yes.
Understood.
Yeah.
can
And then,
identify her
as we
through
were
its
traveling
suffix.
down the little pathway towards the... Do you know where the mushroom cave is, where the shriekers are? Near the slums?
I'm not familiar with the geography, I'm afraid, but I could be directed.
Well, there was a den there. There was markings, scratches on the trees, warning us to stay out. Normal wolf territory kind of thing. I was making this known throughout the entire mission. I was giving information where needed, informing the plethora of people that came with us, which, as we were traveling to the den, Chips jumped on board, which I instantly turned and went, no. It was bad. I even went to my sister, who is a half-breed, and I said, it is dangerous for you to come. Our chances of helping this injured wolf is lowered. So this wasn't biased towards Chips
Just
being
for the
what
sake
he
of the
is,
operation.
and the safety of the people coming, yes.
And yet he remained.
Which, for the
regardless.
most part, most people understood. And Chips made it a point to disagree. Racist comments were made.
Really?
Yes, he said he needed to put a leash on me or something of the sorts. Not something I really cared for in the moment, but it's whatever. We moved on with a bunch of people coming with us, and we ended up at the den. We had already eyes watching us, this was clear. I was trying to give orders to people to stay close together in a pack, because wolves don't tend to attack big groups. They try to pick people off if people stray. To which one of us, only one, had to go into the den themselves to scout, which was me at first. And then when I couldn't get any closer, Lila seemed like she could sneak in a bit better than I could because she was a lot smaller at the time, not in her form. She snuck in. I was giving direct orders to the group to move up with me in case Lila was attacked or we need to rush in. They didn't listen to me. Hannah then made it a point to, in front of me, say, "Who appointed you as leader, Zachary?" At that point, I lost all patience. I did not care, and I told Hannah that she was in charge. If she felt she could do a better job, which obviously she can't because she's not in the position that I'm in, or the other leaders are in, for a specific reason, and took charge. I, in that state of mind, could not do any more than I had.
I see.
I had tried to keep people safe from being eaten and killed, and it was not coming across. I made multiple times, even when Hannah was leader, I kept telling them, move forward, stay together. As we left the den and found nothing inside, we were watched by packs of wolves watching us. I kept giving orders to stay close together, even when I wasn't meant to be in charge. As we entered the cave, negotiations went well. That, for the most part, was fine. The
How
communication
much did
within the
he
cave was...
resist? Was it overall accepting,
The-
or did it take some amount of persuading?
It's complicated to explain to an outsider, but...
In your personal
there is
opinion,
a level...
I understand there's nuance and things.
There was a demand in power that needed to be shown, which is an instant negative in my eyes. It's not good when another wolf has to overpower another. That means, there's no trust there already. You are on my territory. I'm going to kill you.
Intruder.
Yes. Even though negotiations went well, in my eyes, I had to force him to back down, but not violently. It's, like I said, complicated between
Gunboat
wolves.
diplomacy.
At that point, negotiations went well. We were able to look over his wounds, talk, get to know each other. We spoke over the markings that we have. I gave him food, and we made our leave. To which we had that other problem with all the people coming in, which Chips' story does not make sense at all. If I'm being honest, if he was there on guard, he should have stopped them straight away.
But
And
he
if
got
he
all the way
watched
through
them silently, for whatever reason, he should have stopped them as soon as he even had an inkling of them walking down those stairs. It just doesn't make sense.
Curious of that indeed.
The civilians were sent back to the to the town before we entered the crypts, by the way, except from the crypt expert. But he was kept
Sigurd
safe
and
by Ryder.
The elven girl.
They were sent back.
Understood.
To which we had that interruption. They were removed by Chips, I guess. And then as we exited, I was more angry because there were people everywhere. Professors, there were students. It risked a lot. Even being that close to the exit, him being so close to where he was near the entrance as well, it can make a wolf feel surrounded. Last year, I stabbed Professor Albrecht on a full moon just because I felt surrounded and cornered. People act like we don't know what we're talking about, but that's why I got angry at Hannah, because she had the gall to say to me she knew wolves better than me. That she knew what she was doing. She clearly didn't. And that's my report.
So the high tempers were due to the interference nearly at every measure.
The lack of organization, the lack of leadership, bickering over leadership when leadership is clear and she is not a leader. And also Chips wasn't going to be a leader either.
Between yourself and Chips, and yourself, you were already
Well, not even
present.
Chips, because he was not meant to come. So
Precisely,
me or...
So it would have fallen to you.
It's just... It's stupid. People's lives were at risk, and...
I'll bring that forward to the
I felt my
deputy
anger was
then.
justified.
Frustrating. Indeed, I can agree. But justified.
It's hard for me to express emotion when I'm in that form. So telling somebody I'm trying to keep them safe wasn't something I was really getting out the way I should have. Guess I can blame myself for that, and I need to keep working and perfecting that form. But, yeah.
I understand that you wish to continue to develop in the field of an officer and as a leader. I hope that you can take this event as something you can look back on to help develop yourself as well. As no matter how many hardships and how unrelated they can be, you're going to have to keep a calm mind regardless.
Right.
The moment you break, so too do all of the men under you. At times, sometimes being heartless is the best thing you can do. As painful as that is.
That's all I have.
Understood then. That does put me at ease, actually. I was concerned that it was perhaps overlapping history between some of you. But I'm glad to see that wasn't the case.
Yeah.
Am I mistaken?
Not with Hannah. And it's not really a problem.
Glad to hear
care
it.
less if her family were hunters or she was a hunter.
So long as she leaves it at the door.
Chips that I have more of a problem with.
Is it common for him to make comments like that?
I don't know. I don't tend to talk to him and Victor often.
I see. I'm afraid I cannot precisely give any insight to that as well. Victor's rather silent.
I
towards
don't
me.
let what they are get in the way. Unless they stand in my way, which then it is my problem.
Well, preferably, we never have to obstruct one another. But
Thank you for your time, Professor.
thank you for yours. You actually gave me a large amount of insight for this, which was quite needed. I will be, as I said, I'll be relaying a report, but if you wish to file your own towards the deputy as well, I'm sure she'll appreciate it.
I trust you to get my words across.
Very well then. I'll be in between. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you, Professor.
You as well.
All right. Okay. Hello, Donut Stalker. Hello, Wolfgang. Hello, hello. Intense talk. I went quite well. He's being throttled on the stream, so it's taking long. I see. Using phone data and quality. Oh, okay. He didn't need to take them. He didn't want to go. That could have been so much worse, yeah. I was ready to get mad. I was ready to get mad. I was actually quite worried about Zach. I thought he was going to speak out of turn. I was worried he was going to erupt, but everyone stayed very calm. I think we can put this behind us. I was worried it was a werewolf versus hunter situation. But from the looks of it, I don't have to worry about that at all. In that case, this filing on each of the cadets can be put away. And for the sake of brevity, I did not destroy files. I just put away the props for the sake of brevity. I think Berion earned respect because he's not yelling at them. Yeah. No, Berion can get mad. Berion can get emotional. But he had no reason to. They all stay calm. All right, now we have to find Galliant. And I need to review my notes. Actually, hang on. I'm going to take a moment to read my own lesson plan. Let me see what it is. Because I wrote this weeks ago. Okay, yeah, we're good. Treats them not as cadets, I guess, but as an individual. Can't believe he even lit the barrel on fire just to be sure. Lights match. Gasoline. No. He would have returned them back to administration. We'll just say it's in his desk for now, but the prop itself I have to dispose of for the sake of lag. Alright, so we're going to the library then, I guess? I guess I should go downstairs. If they're not already at the library, I'll go to the dorm looking for them. Berion is new as a teacher. As a teacher, Berion's new. So he's less of an instructor like he's not quite a professional instructor yet. So he does his best to listen to them, to understand their side of things, and to have understandings of a situation before he acts. Because the last thing he wants to do is punish someone and then discover later that it was completely unwarranted to punish them. Chips lost some points, though, from the sounds of it. He was not required. So we'll see how it goes. Let's see, Gallant. At the upstairs. Whee! Maybe they were going to go after Din Din? Yeah, I don't think they're here. Portals! Yeah, they're not here. Okay, so we will check the Gallant Dome then, and we will harass Misty. It is time to give Misty a pile of trouble. Time to be mean. Very mean. Very mean. I have to speak lowly like this. Very well. Angry Berion. Very well. So be it. Angry Berion. Angry. I am an elf and I am angry. I am angry about elves. Rip Misty, yeah. Fucking rip. Nah, she'll be fine. This is more of the tough love mentoring. We're doing for time. About midnight, okay. Wonderful. It's falling back to Gallant. Ah, wonderful.
Oh, I need to go report to Berion.
Change
Hello there, sir.
plans.
We finished up at the library already.
Ah,
I'm not
well
sure if you
declared
missed
out.
it.
I just got out of
Yeah,
my
we
own
went
meetings.
over everything in that book. Oh, wow. We've also finished donating a blood bag per student in our squad, and they're all labeled inside the med bay. I can file a better report for the medical, but Nerali is medical, so she should be able to deal with that. But
So she's going to forward
just
it
so they
forward.
know.
Wonderful.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yes. No, it's fine. It's just a lady thing. It's
When the ladies do,
lady problems.
Probably doesn't sound like a good idea. It means they're plotting.
Yeah.
But
yeah, wow. Today went really well. Gallants, I believe it sounded like we got one of the higher grades, and we all did pretty well.
I believe so.
There was
yes.
criticism about our positioning, but I would love to talk to Jonas about that one of these days, and perhaps explain why we did what we did. But
What?
I feel you guys did pretty alright, especially with your delivery.
Your camp was well defended with the pitfalls.
Yeah, that's why we placed
that
ourselves so
Nerali
visibly.
had.
Was there a final count of to how many we caught?
I believe just one.
I'm not sure.
Oh,
I guess I lose
Jamie,
then.
I believe.
Oh, I heard Joseph was kidnapped as well, but I might have misheard.
Apparently they just left Jamie.
If that is the case, then I may have won our weight.
They just left him.
I also have a question
Just
regarding
waiting
the
over there.
flare guns we kept
Fetal
hearing. What
position,
were those
fine.
for? Was
Every
that for the
two.
guards or?
That was Ignis.
I believe.
They were setting off flares so that their allies could find them.
Oh, that was
Interesting. How did? But okay, I am. The only thing I'm curious about is we were told to take only barricades and the other essentials, but I'm assuming, I mean, all's well as end well, I guess. But we did send a scout to locate what the flare was for because we figured the guards were using it, or perhaps someone was injured. But
it actually had some effect
so
on
that's
our
what it seems
patrols.
to have been.
We didn't have a guard.
Yes.
Fair.
So we moved the locations in case the guard was going to
Case
Gotcha.
close our location.
Listen, I
We
imagine.
actually had difficulty finding your camp.
I was having a little bit of a panic attack, mostly looking at the water, because when Rex said they could probably come from the water, I was like, oh no, can they?
Well, that's one of the
I
reasons
was
we picked
thinking
the
that
spot
as
we did.
well.
Because we were defensible in all directions. We had clear view of literally every attack point. So.
But to be fair, if they come from the water, me and
I'm
Rex
sorry
use
for
that
not being able to meet you
point
in the
against them.
library, regardless.
Oh no, that is perfectly fine, sir. I just wanted to make sure we didn't have you waiting in there for too long as well.
I checked in
but
there, and
everything's
then I found you immediately
settled.
here afterward. It's fine.
Works for me, yeah.
Now then, Cadet
All right.
Misty, I would speak with you, but I don't wish for us to be interrupted by dinner. So, I shall speak to you immediately
True.
after we finish eating them.
Of course.
Fetch me once you're finished.
Welcome back.
Mm-hmm.
It is
Welcome
winter.
back,
It's
Nora.
getting colder. Is that what? I just realized that might be why.
Did Mr.
Not
Foyer try
much.
to talk to you about thermal expansion?
Everything's fine. I was
fair
just
enough.
informing him everything how it went.
So, Berion's going to be speaking to Misty about 3 or 4 different topics. First one's going to be inspection of herself in her room. He's going to check if she's done anything to adjust based on the input he's given. My dog is losing his little doggo mind. I'm not sure why. No, Jace. No, Jace. Go bug your dad. I'm muted. I wonder which office Jonas is going to end up getting. No, dog. So in that case, we can sit down for a bit and be comfy. Just put the pen there, make it look like I'm writing. Poggers. Plots are afoot. Oh, there's always plots. Things to do, things to do. Is he planning to have a further... Oh, here's Berion's process. Hang on. He used a paper shredder, then used a paper cutter, and you'd see an art class and shredded paper thrown in the flaming barrel. Is he planning to have a further talk with Chips about this? Not immediately. Jace, are you okay, dog? Dog, you good? What do you want? No, it's too late. It's midnight. You can't go out. You'll give us a noise complaint. Probably hears something outside. Is he going to have a talk with Chips right away? No. Not immediately. He's going to make note of it. Possibly even include it into his report. Towards the deputy. But it means I have paperwork to do once I get out of roleplay. Yay. Oh, I can write a letter to Sigurd while I'm here, if I want to. Roleplay at writing a letter to Sigurd, thanking him for his understanding. I'll give that another day. But, Berion is going... Yeah, he's not going to talk to Chips, but he is going to keep it in mind as he addresses Chips in the future. Because now I know to keep an eye out for that. I don't really know what to do with myself. Should I look for Minerva? Is Madame still on? I saw her, but I know she also wanted to turn in early. Yeah, it looks like she turned in. Ooh. His file disposal is complex but effective. You'll never find what I don't want you to. New guy's office is the one next to the library. Oh, the guest office. He gets his own office? What? Wait, he's been here for a day. He's been here for a fucking day, and he gets his own office? I don't even have my plaque engraved yet, and he gets his own office? Bullshit! No, that's fine. Kind of jealous, though. Oh, that bullshit! Man. I love it. Love it. Thanks for hanging with me, guys. Rip Misty. Get angry. Get angry. Get mad! I don't want your damn lemons! What the hell am I supposed to do with these? Alright. You know what? Fuck it. Let's write a letter to Sigurd. To God Captain Sigurd Svagsson, Kari Town. Good evening, Guardsman. I hope that this finds you in good health. I wish to once again thank you for your assistance and understanding during our most recent visit. Actually, no, I still need to speak with the deputy directly. Rips that up. Berion just breaks all character and goes into a rage over an office. Should I? Should I hunt down? This is ridiculous! I actually use my office! I use my office almost every day! Please, no, that's so petty. He wouldn't. Oh my god. If this was like Neon Divide, if I was a corp at Neon Divide, 100%. 100% if I was a corp in Neon Divide, I totally would. I would go into just a rage over, where's my office? Eh? What do I have to share? Why does he get his own? But no, Berion, no. Berion wouldn't. Oh my god, dog. My dog is being very whiny. I might have to address him. Jace? Pardon that. I don't want dog thinking that he can beg while I'm working. Well, working is a very loose term, but...
Yes, a rope. Are you trying to call her a rope bunny?
She is fun. Put it away now.
I was about to ask if she's a bit tied up with things, but it appears that it's all under control.
I think I might have said something I shouldn't. Wow, I'm gonna go over here and eat these.
That's a lot of noise. Hey, has anyone seen
She seems
Crystal
to be
Thorn?
unraveling. Are you okay, Nerali? You appear to be at rope's end.
Ha 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 ha!
I found it adorable.
Do you know where they were?
No, they had to come over here.
No idea.
Sooner or later.
Kind of ran through the courtyard.
What do I want to try today? I wonder.
And then rain, I'm better than you.
Where's Esme at?
Just for that, you're picking my
Esme,
dinner.
look at me. Look at me.
I am picking your dinner.
Pick my dinner.
Is there things that you cannot eat?
Well, I can eat anything.
No, they're too little.
People are rather shocked that I consume meat.
I'm just saying.
Bun for bun.
I get more buns today.
Bun.
I'll take the
Wait.
bun.
Bun.
Wait, for a bun? There are no buns here.
No. I called you amazing.
Oh no. Where did the bun go?
That way.
You also said you would send me to hell. I see no bun. I see a bun.
Leave my squad mates alone.
Can I not joke? We've been at this
Sneaky
for
bun
3 years.
around the campus.
Can I not joke with you?
Make sure everybody knows.
Tells me off like everyone else does.
I think he's the
We'll go Stu today.
They look like
Where do I find
purple,
cutlery?
but like kind of also whitish color.
Where do I get a
They
spoon?
got ear, and one of them
That's
is a
right.
little bit shorter than the other, and they got flowers and
Oh my, he must be really hungry.
and they're wearing white and black.
Where's the spoon? How do I get a spoon?
Suspicious.
Help! Where are spoons?
I shall keep looking for the bun.
I want a spoon, damn it! Is that a tools? Is it a tool? Is a spoon a tool?
How are you eating?
Help me! Metals. No. Curses! Utensils! Ah! There's a menu for them! Ha ha! Spoon. Soup spoon. It's wonderful. We figured it out. Good job, team. Ha ha! I learned about.
What happened?
I had a question.
Of
Were you
course, how can I
able to
help?
talk to my head, to the new professor? Professor,
I was able
Jonas?
to introduce myself to him earlier, yes. Not at length, however.
you, damn, because I was gonna ask, did you know where he came from? Because I'm rather curious if
He actually did
might
say
come
that
from-
earlier. He came from a area, I believe it was west of Saigon. I might be mistaken, but it was in the vicinity.
Did he say Dewsbury by any chance?
Yeah, well,
He said the region precisely, but I can't recall. I'm sorry.
Because we're west of Saigon. I need to know. This is very important.
Well, feel free to ask him yourself.
Because it means he might knows my family.
Have you seen the bun around? It's a bun. Purplish white, one ear shorter than the other.
Yes, she just passed you.
Wearing white and black. No, there's no way they're here. I confirmed it with everybody.
You mean Nerali?
You know the bun.
Yes, I was just speaking with her.
She's being sneaky. She thinks I don't know, but I do.
Oh, I see. Quite the rules. Very good. Pardon. Yes, I haven't seen her at all. Sorry. Couldn't tell you.
Oh.
Will you excuse me? I'm going to enjoy my dinner. I hope you enjoy yours as well.
Okay.
They have cow licks.
I already had food at dinner. I should probably get
Dude, I'm just watching them.
Hi, I'm Berion. I'm the bipolar elf teacher who sometimes is super nice and other times he's a complete fucking prick. Adorable. Utensils! You guys were yelling at me the whole time. Just a bunch of sly comments, you goddamn right. But if he was not a pally, if he wasn't a pality. Well, the paperwork got to him. You know it. Be right back. Of course. I'm sorry, guys. I should have checked chat a long time ago. Where do I find a fucking spoon? I just want a spoon. It's a meeting alone today. I think I'm the only professor on duty right now. Not done yet. Wasn't that quick? No. Ryder, get a hold of yourself. All by myself. So I can get an exact location. Oh, of Jonas's. Yeah, if you could tell me actually. I think was it do something? Trying to remember. It was somewhere in the area of Saigon. No, dog. Jace. Come on, man. You've never done this before. No, Jace, you cannot have my soup. Ignis, oh Ignis. Don't forget, professors are going to be assigned to squads pretty soon here.
I'm not defending him. That's where you're wrong.
Then again, now that I know that Finn is clean, I'm not sure how much I should be interfering with him. Can you guys hear? Can you guys hear him? Definitely west of Saigon, yeah. Telus Ward. Got it. Talus Ward. Yeah, barely. Okay. He's a whiny thing. He doesn't bark. He just whines.
I don't know what he means by a pink. It was honor. We didn't ask for it. It was what you get.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate it, guys. Werebear is pretty good selection, though.
Has blue eyes.
Ow.
Thought that was pretty interesting.
We do, don't we?
We dead in my eyes and did that. You need to check that.
There's some
That's your teammate, ain't mine. Yeah, you is.
He's fine. He's normal.
Gop, 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 gop. Gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Yum. Yow. Ow. Berion's hungry today. There you go. We'll say he's done. Get comfy. Melt in my chair. And if... Struggling with my couch. And the wires. Now we just wait for Misty to summon us. Really loving that you found that spoon. You goddamn right I did. I needed that spoon.
Hello, everybody.
And I would have had to just drink the soup. Like a barbarian.
having conversations? What are you guys talking about?
Sort of. We were talking about how everybody in Ignis has blue eyes.
Yeah. Blue-eyed red shirt squad. That's a prerequisite for being in here. You didn't know? It wasn't about skill. You got blue eyes, you're in.
Sounds like a Magnus then.
You didn't miss much, by the way, on the lesson. Though it was a good
Did she
lesson.
get a whole fucking turkey so that she could delay talking to me for as long as possible? Is that what happened?
Oh no. You gotta take care of yourself.
It's mine now.
Somebody stole my whole fucking.
You're gonna have some research flavored turkey now.
Where did you learn that laugh?
I realized I did them backwards.
I would say no. I just remember it was unsound, and it seems to be making Ryder go crazy. So it's worth it.
Oh, everyone's just teasing Ryder. Okay.
Oh no, she's creating things.
You need help.
What are we gonna do?
You actually need help.
Oh no, she's thinking maybe Berion should go ask if she needs help eating that turkey. Just spell Berion in the spoons. At very least a plaque. Need that spoon like we need our own office. Right? Want my own office. Putting my foot down. Oh my god.
How dare you puff your chest?
Chips, what happened to you this time, man?
What do you mean? How dare you ask something like that? What do you mean? What are you referring
What
to?
is going on? Look at your arm, man. It's in a sling. What happened?
Life is a bitch, man, and I get no say in what I want. That's literally it.
You know what? You know what? Say less, homie. I feel you. I feel you.
You know, I'm not a lefty, and it's frustrating. Okay.
Oh man, if I was in your position, bro, I'd wanna snap my other arm.
Oh. You just do so much that you take for granted.
Yeah.
Imagine being
Yep.
without arms.
Oh, incoming.
Slithering.
Hello.
On the ground.
Want a whole last turkey leg?
Doing your
I've just finished eating, but thank you.
I'll try and put it
Was
back.
just wondering.
There you go.
Here I am saying, come to me when you're finished eating, and I see you carrying around an entire banquet with you. You're not trying to delay.
I don't know.
are you?
I didn't know it was there.
Mm.
No.
Very well. Well,
Well.
whenever you wish to begin speaking, I'm available. Oh.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead and use the kitchen.
There we go. Put the bones.
So the reason why I say, I gotta explain from the top though. So the reason why I say
Quite the appetite, haven't you?
They straight walked up to me and laughed like an owl.
Just like interesting. Noted. Oh.
I'll take these bones with me though.
Do with them as
I don't know where to put them.
please. Perhaps dispose of them. There's a bin in the corner.
Thanks.
Oh, we'll do that.
Me and Esme had a fucking laugh earlier because of some stuff that happened in Kari Town.
Did she just inhale a fucking turkey like she was
Appreciate her
Kirby?
even more, 'cause
His wrist is fucked up. Oh, stealth. Yeah, he's real life injured.
What did you guys get up to in Kari Town? You guys stab
Esme?
He's real life. He's RL injured.
I was really good. I didn't do anything.
Fapped too hard.
Good.
I just did
Well
what I
behaved,
was
Esme.
supposed to do.
Okay. Which was?
Why the fuck you lying? No, I'm good. No.
Well, I guess she's going back to speaking Gallant.
That's the deadliest thing on this planet, eggs.
Oh, are you scared it came out of Gilliam?
Wait,
did it come out of Gilliam? Is that a Gilliam prescribed egg? We're gonna put that back on the. We're gonna put that back on the table now. We ain't gonna touch that.
You will give me an egg.
Oh man.
Your egg. Give it here. She curbed a turkey. Yeah, amazing.
Oh, okay.
Why would I save an egg from Gilliam?
I don't know.
No, wait, no.
So you saved an egg from Gilliam, huh?
Oh God, no. Do you know why you never saw an egg?
Oh God, why? Tell me, Esme, why? Tell me about your egg.
Never mind. You can
No,
ask Gilliam. You can ask Gilliam.
Nope.
can ask
Now you gotta
Gilliam.
tell me. Nope. Now you gotta tell me, Esme.
No, you can ask Gilliam. You can
No,
ask
you are
Gilliam.
literally.
I just remembered
You are.
what it was, and
No,
I really
no,
wish
no,
I
no,
didn't.
no.
I really wish I didn't.
So why? What's
going on?
Amazing.
The egg?
There was a
Why didn't I
total
see
of
an
3 eggs, and I'm pretty sure one of them hatched. The other one was removed from existence, and the last one was, I don't know.
This sounds like some sort of mystery. Do we need to reunite all 3 eggs?
One of them is gone
Hmm?
for sure.
With the egg
Well, the
stuff.
only way
Not
that
sure
we
whether
could
to be impressed or to
unite the
Esme,
eggs
please.
is if we were
Because
in cars,
Vivi
huh?
kept sneaking them under Gilliam.
Man,
Yeah.
I found
I
this
know
in
something
front
that
of
would
your door,
terrify
labeled from Gilliam.
once went to a class and had her book upside down the whole time. Is yes! I saw that one! The one where Brunswick goes up behind and is like, Esme!
I know you love it.
You're not even trying! Esme! I loved it. It's just, that's that's a year 1 clip, isn't it? Yeah. Oh my God, I'd love to see that one again.
So
Esme! Why? Oh God.
No.
Got mad respect for Bruns.
Oh no. Oh no.
Mad respect.
Oh no.
He can either be the most dramatic, serious, imposing character, or on the solar opposite, my God, he's a laugh riot.
What makes Gilliam different?
He's fucking hilarious.
Well, the mayor said that he's unnatural.
Mad respect. Professor, please!
That's a nice way of saying special.
Year 2, got it. Still don't know if she can read. Professor, please. Oh, here we go.
Did you want anything else, sir?
I'm doing quite fine, thank you.
Okie dokie.
Thank you for checking on me.
So overcome by happiness that he held the trial.
Well, you don't have much of your, compadres with you.
It's
Very-
quite quiet neighbors today, yes.
Maybe it was all.
It's okay. It's kind of like this for the entire school.
Gilliam could do
Many,
all of
turning in early today, it seems.
and then they were like, they had this
That's
whole
alright.
story played out.
Yeah, a lot of people are sick, so a lot of people. All by myself, don't wanna be all by myself.
But there was a situation where he was fucking cheese.
Pardon?
Just hear that, please. No. Alright, good night.
You just gave her nightmares for probably the rest of her life.
Fucking cheese?
No,
Is that how
I
you make
straight-
Swiss?
No. I straight warned her beforehand because it's a true story. It happened.
He was fucking cheese.
That mac and cheese over there.
What?
Yeah, Gilliam.
It was non-canon. Let this die. What? Explain.
No, after everything, after
Berion for Gallant stocks going up today. I wouldn't mind being in Gallant.
Could possibly lay an egg if they put their very soul to it.
I'd like to be in Gallant.
Well, try telling Esme that.
Berion has nominated himself for Ignis and Gallant. And the only reason he applied for Ignis is because he wants there to be just one more person competing against Finn. Personally, I hope Essor gets it. I think Essor would be amazing in Ignis. He does very well with all of them. Essor does amazing with all the students.
Alright, I need to ask, just to be clear, are you sure?
Yes, as a woman, I can definitely tell you that.
Alright, time to rock.
I mean, sure, if you want to put it in there, but you have to put it in there.
All set?
Oh, right. So, hey,
Yes.
Very well.
I have a drink for you though. Would you like to try the Four Horsemen?
like a genuine
4 Horsemen.
An actual serious question.
What's
It's,
it?
it's every single alcoholic drink
So,
in a
That
beverage.
sounds awful.
dislike for that word. Because I don't know the story.
Don't knock it till
Very
you
well,
try it.
very well, very well.
No one
I'll
knows.
come to you.
It is. She just has a phobia, and people
There you
fuck
go.
with her, and then she goes crazy, and then that's all we know.
Oh, well, just so you know, my
This is
intention
ghastly.
is not fuck with her, but to tell her that a story was given.
Yes, you can have that.
I mean, maybe talk to her. It's
No, you don't like it?
Can't say I do. I'll stick to my wine.
What if I make a wine version?
That would also be rather awful. Mixing wine together? No, never. You'd be betraying the vineyard. You enjoy that.
Bacon extraordinaire, so that would make sense.
Very well.
True.
I've had to change the
Alright, I
name
gotta put all of
because
my
of her.
drinks away. I'm gonna be
Because
cleaning
of
them up.
it? Well,
Yeah,
if you do
because of-
find out anything, I'm actually curious
The
if there is
product
origin
of
to it.
milk bacon.
Yeah.
If he saw it, he would have believed me.
Wait, it actually happened.
Yes, I saw it.
Like before, I'm just
Right.
needing to pick up some papers for my office, and then we can go over to Galleon Dorm.
Okay. I don't know where Rex
They made him go to the bathroom to prove it, and he did it.
It's natural for a man to lay turd eggs. Wait, what? No, why did you comment based on the
I regret walking over here. I was gonna ask you a genuine question, and then I come.
That's the third person I know that poops eggs.
I'm quite new to this concept,
You need to
Cadet.
get
Could
your
you
stuff
please
together.
educate me?
Maybe you're not
He's the
natural.
expert.
I see.
Expert?
Maybe you're jealous
That will
because
be all.
everyone
Let's
else
move
poops
on.
eggs
Seriously.
but you.
Seriously.
I am
where are
not
you?
jealous of that. Anywho,
It was so good to
if
see you.
I leave this school, like if I graduate from this school and I'm
Yo.
If anyone can clip that from his point of view,
Figured, he's not
please.
around,
That'd be
so I
amazing.
gotta fill in that quota.
I'm not sure if Liang's streaming right now. Oh, then. In high spirits today, are we?
Yeah, I'm doing a lot better.
Oh. Anything particularly change?
I guess my squad, I recently didn't accept Lyle the first time he came into the squad. I thought it was... Personally, I thought he... It's hard to get more people, because we've only had... Then adding more, it's new to me and everything, and I thought that was going to be... my mind wasn't in the right place, due to the fact that being the one that leads your squad down with anger and rage, it tends to become a very big eyesore for my squad.
I see.
And over time, I thought they were replacing me, and Bile was my replacement.
If
That's how I
this-
felt.
Well, I do not see anyone being replaced anytime soon. At least not without incident.
Over time, I've accepted.
Good. How is Bile
Actually, I had a
coming
really good
along
time.
now? Is he feeling more included? Are you actually a squad?
He seems to be more included. Seems to be happy with what we're doing. He doesn't seem to be left alone.
Glad
Seemed
to
like
hear
he was
it.
having a genuinely good time.
Hmm.
And he sits at our table, and which is nice. It seems like he's actually.
Perhaps his earlier objections were more nerves, perhaps.
True. Understandable.
How was your time in the library? Find anything interesting?
It was pretty good.
Hmm.
We were looking into the different ghost types, I guess, the spectral stuff with each and every one. Mostly just looking up, researching about the different types. Race and spectral and ghost and
yes,
all the different types due to the fact that we had to fight some of them in our academy. So I wanted to get a better understanding of them.
Of course. It is quite concerning how many fates. It is quite concerning how many fates await those who are restless. But regardless.
Very true.
All the more reason to see to all your business in life. With as few of regrets as possible, preferably. But nonetheless. Now then, if I did an inspection on your room, would I find any changes?
Yes, I cleaned my room, made sure it was neat and tidy, because, like I wanted to do it, but I was commanded to, so.
Well, I hope that it stays as a good habit. You'd be surprised that one thing can lead to others. And you have the papers I gave you earlier, yes?
Yes, let me go grab them.
You
real
wish to
quick.
fetch them, please? As I open my notes. Okay, teaching time. Oh, hey! P. Diddy Tech. Yo, what up? You guys got me at a very good time. We're about to do some teaching stuff. So... Hello? Hello! I have to keep an eye on my notes and stay in character. But I love you. Hi, welcome. I'm Emo. Nice to meet you all. Hello. Hello. Wonderful. Let's have a look at it. All right. And how do you think you fared?
I took breaks every once in a while. My brain would get too fidgety to continue it, but I did it.
Some of the reason why I gave you so much time, and I'm happy to see that you used it wisely. This was a bit of a test, admittingly, to see if you would procrastinate on it or not. Or even bother to humor something that would take so much time.
I did some doodles and everything.
Hmm.
Not really more.
I won't mind them. Very good. Very good. I'll mark it in full later. But I'm glad to see it. Oh, then. I have 2 other topics to speak to you on. Do you want to hear about the lesson we'll be covering today, or do you want to hear the plan for yourself? And what we...
You know what? Go for it. I don't mind both.
Very well. We'll go with the plan, then. So, as we've discussed, we have a deadline to find a way to settle and help you find better control. Establish some sort of system, whatever it may be. I've cleared this with the deputy, so long as I disclose at least most of the situational details to you. Which is why I shall do it now. She does not wish for you to be blindsided by this. After speaking with several of the other faculty, after reviewing your files, after addressing the work and the improvements that I've been seeing, from what I've been able to gather, this does not seem to be an issue stemming from your mentality. It does not seem to be something about your personality, but rather your physicality, almost in full. It is your nature defying you and betraying you. And the reasons I assigned strange tasks. The reasons why I addressed you in certain ways, spoke to you in different terms. I needed to try several things. Poke and prod all over and see where the weaknesses actually lie. So, with the assistance of Professor Albrecht, we intend to prepare the stadium for an evening. It will be closed off and secured by guardsmen to ensure that we are not interrupted, and to ensure that this does not become some sort of spectacle for others to observe or to comment on. What we wish to try is that, to our understanding, at when you have lost control, others around you attempt to calm you as quickly as possible, to whatever means they had. Understandably, of course. They wish to help you, they wish to aid you, and it is also a clear risk of safety, should you continue to run rampant. What we are going to attempt is precisely the opposite. We wish to run you to depletion of the energy that you've gathered, and to see if this has a positive effect on you, or at least gives you more leeway. Professor Albrecht will be assisting to ensure that we keep injuries to a minimum. And I shall be overseeing to ensure that both ensure that things go successfully and to apply any extra prodding should it be necessary. Do you have any questions? Now is the time. Because I'm...
No.
I
I
will...
really have a lot of questions. I know what you're doing. Seems like you generally want to help out, though. We'll see where it goes.
That is the goal of all this, preferably. Regardless of the outcome, we have to try, at least. And if this doesn't work, we will continue looking for alternatives. As for precisely how, some details of how we will ensure you're staying in a frenzy is going to be withheld, lest you prepare yourself for them. So to that I apologize. Do you have any objections?
Nope.
Then with that, next I see the deputy or the headmistress, I will forward them your agreement and cooperation, and we will begin final preparations for this.
Okay.
Understood. Carrying on then. Now on to the boring stuff, as they say. Are you familiar with the art of diplomacy?
No, not at all.
Not at all. How would you define it? What was your best guess?
Keeping a healthy balance of it, making sure that everyone agrees.
Understood. There are many ways you can look at diplomacy. There's many different strategies. You have gunboat diplomacy, which is essentially flexing your superiority with military prowess to gain a higher advantage. There is economics, of course, social standards, and some more subtle tactics as well. But we are going to be reviewing the 3 base foundations for diplomacy. Regardless of what strategy you choose to partake in, wouldn't be surprised if you go for gunboats yourself. You seem to be the direct sorts. But we'll be going over the 3 foundations of diplomacy and why they're so critical.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure that this is more for Crystal Thorn than anything. It could assist you in the future. Unless you wish to object and say that this lesson is pointless.
Had bit, yeah. I'm more of the fighting type. I don't think talking is always the answer.
Give me your reasoning.
Just take it on. My frustration gets the better of me when talking to someone that doesn't get to the point or doesn't give me what I want. And it ends up me conflicting with them. I've gotten a little bit better over the years due to Galen being the whole barking orders at me, and me last year didn't want to follow orders and wanted to do my own stuff.
So is the reasoning you're giving me that you believe you would do a poor job at diplomacy, or that you see that this skill is not necessary for your education?
Not really necessary. someone else is talking, why would I need to?
And what if you find yourself by surprise? What if you're forced to?
I'll see what they want. Well, if I'm forced to, then I don't really have a choice. Talk to them and tell them my opinion, and sometimes my opinion can become very harsh.
Understood. Then, for the sake of brevity and both of our sanity, how about I keep it brief, then?
Go for it.
Very well. As I check my own notes as well. Whilst committing to negotiations and diplomacy in general, there are many who will define it in different ways. But the way I see it, every conversation normally has a understanding of identity. You are there with a purpose. You need something. You wish to address something, your subject. And then expectation.
Mm-hmm.
Who? Why? And what you're expecting. Diplomacy, how I see it, is the art of altering expectation. Whether it be through surprising someone, or perhaps manipulating their thinking to being more understanding for your own. It is not always politicians bickering about taxes and land claims. In many cases, it is much more subtle. So, for the foundations of diplomacy, if you had to sit down and speak with a politician or perhaps even a merchant, what do you think would be important? How would you address it? Would you prepare yourself at all?
Yeah, I'll see what they need to say and wing it half the way through.
Off the cuff, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's start with an example. A merchant is trying to sell you a trinket of some sort, jewelry, perhaps. He's trying to offer you a high price. Clearly, the jewelry is nice, but the price is, well, overwhelming. You know who he is, you know what he wants, and his expectation is to sell it high. There's a few ways you can go about it. You could look at the history in the man. Who is he? Where does he come from? Is he local? Is he foreign? Is he traveled far in order to sell his wares, or is he a local craftsman? Is the trinket itself tied to his family in some manner? All these things can affect the price. Simply by asking more about him, you gain so much more leverage. Next is an understanding of culture. And culture is something that is much more shapeless. It is not things or peoples, it is beliefs. Does the merchant follow a particular religion? Is there a creed that he follows? Is he associated with any political factions or guilds? And what do they stand for? A way of understanding culture is reflected in food. Shows the care that they put into it. Is it nutritional only, or is it more artistic? Is it playful? Do they focus on presentation, or perhaps just fullness? Small meals, snacks, or large feasts? For strange as it is, what we are willing to just cook and eat and share with our friends and family often shows very much about not only ourselves but of our history. And in that, the traditions that have been built upon it. Most of the time with delicacies, it's based off of what is available in the wilderness around them. They have to cook hot meals to survive the cold mountains. They need things a little bit more healthy. If they grew up in diseased marshlands, or perhaps smaller meals, things that last longer in the more barren deserts. The subject still stands. Knowing how one was raised, understanding their values, gives you insight into what they want, in ways that you can, things that you can address, perhaps. Maybe even feign interest in something, to get them more on your side. Or perhaps you will actually find something you share true interest in. Lastly, and this one is the most common, compromise. I doubt that one needs particular definition, at least as such length. But at a certain point, if one person wants a singular trinket, and another wants hundreds, they're not going to come to an agreement. Their wants are too vastly separated. And if it is only yes or no, it is very rare something will actually come forward without some sort of violence or other methods of alternative problem solving. You need to know when to bend. And that is something I see you trying quite often. Must be frustrating at times.
There is a lot of bending in my squad, especially with that.
Do you
a lot
believe?
Of my squad need.
Sorry, please.
Someone that is no sign to add. Squad needs to be boosted with morale situation. And when someone's sad or someone's unhappy and they tell me things, I just feed off it. So even if they wanted to come talk to me about, oh, I had a bad day or I had this, I just eat off it.
I hear voices.
Do you feel that
But overall,
if you refuse to compromise, if you refuse to bend, do you think being forceful, forcing beliefs. Do you think that ever would have worked?
I'm just letting you know I'm heading to the hot springs, hun. If you're done, we're probably still going to be there. So, Nerali and others
Okay,
are going to
I'll
be
be there.
bathing. So, all right, good luck.
Forcing someone sometimes is always the answer. If you can't bend them, sometimes you have to grab them over your back. Well, mostly crack the bond that they hold dear to them in that matter.
So you are one who believes that things should be forced into place?
If there is no other option and my other fellow cadets have not been able to convince them, then yes. Get an answer quickly. So by the time it ends, it probably I would be too frustrated to continue the conversation. Just wanted to get it over and done with or take it for myself.
Going back to the merchant, selling you jewelry, extravagant prices. Let's say you can't come to an agreement. You still want it. Surely you could take it if you truly wanted to. But that is why we have guards and laws and security and all those wonderful things to help keep the peace. And here you have professors, and guards, and bureaucracy, and the code of conduct to ensure that squads do not force each other into each other's purviews or values. Compromise is happening always. Whether you understand it or not, whether you realize it or not. But regardless, there are many things that must bend in order to continue to exist and to move forward. Just as many of my own values have shifted at times, but at the end of the day, I believe that it holds true to my interests. I want you to prove me wrong. I want you to prove to me that the very depths of hellfire can find a more peaceful understanding. I want to be shown that some wars can end. I want you to prove me wrong.
Peaceful can come in very different shapes and sizes, especially with species like that. A calm little battle could be peaceful for us. For others, it seems to be hell.
What one sees as a terrible crime, the other sees as sport. Everyday happenstance. There are times when culture is simply too different. where...
But I guess cultures can work around other cultures.
Mhm.
And I've done this at the academy.
And from
Never knew I
there,
was going to work with a frost giant.
if culture can be seen past, then it's the history. Are there some wounds that either side refuse to see past?
Mhm.
And from there, it's hoping that compromise can actually be found.
Okay.
But at this point, I'm talking in circles. This book here is a pile of notes that I've prepared for you. Several examples. Some of them are in history. Some are not so much reports, but tellings of how some ambassadors have secured what others thought to be impossible wages. I don't expect for it to be your kind of reading, but if you want it, it is here nonetheless. There is no assignment for this one. But if a day ever comes
piqued my
that you wish
curiosity.
to try something more than just bending things into shape, perhaps a more subtle thing will be of more use for you.
Okay.
As I
Sounds
said,
like a plan.
I will speak to the deputy. We will make our preparations. And I will inform you as soon as I can, but it will likely be the day of, as things tend to go here.
That is fine.
Anything before we close? At all?
Hmm. What if you purposely put them in a loophole just for fun? Or got them to a certain point where they fought each other and you didn't have to fight for it?
Such political
Using people against each
manipulation
other.
is here and there. Some say that particular laws are put in place just to ensure that others cannot take power. But that is more of a political argument.
But everyone has their own desires, right?
Quite. And
Even
at
if
the
it
end of the
wasn't
day,
unified.
a law only works if everyone agrees to follow it. If everyone hates a particular law or chooses to ignore it, then was it ever there? The only constructs of rules and order that we have are the ones we acknowledge, and the standards we force on each other.
Understandable.
Now then, I have some papers to grade, which I'll put that for later. Perhaps I'll do some rounds before I return to my office, perhaps. Enjoy evening, cadet. I hope that you have time still to join Rex. And I will begin making what preparations I can.
Okay. Have a great night, and
Enjoy evening.
Professor.
I will be continuing to check in on your keeping of yourself and of your dorm. That is still in place. Good night. I think that went well. She actually seemed to take interest to that. Showing her that there's alternatives to just violence. I'll check on chat once I get into my office, guys. Good at that.
Professor Berion.
She sounded rushed. Oh, hello. I'll be there to check in just a second. Just a second. I'll be right there. I'm coming. I'm coming. All right. So papers to grade. I'll put that on my desk. Sure, why not? One book isn't going to harm anything. One book isn't going to harm anything. All right. Who's that? Who it is? Hello. Hello. Hey, Leroy. Yo, it's your boy. Leroy. Yo, what up? Yo, actually, I was showing a coworker your channel earlier. Because I was showing them Neon Divide stuff, and the videos you've made were like the first thing, or like the best example I could really show for like bite-sized pieces. Yo, 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 yo! Hello, okay, where's chat? Where did we leave off? Vanguard goes up and sings. Wildly long. Time to make a wildly long story short. Somehow it got around to the reason that cheese is whole is because Gilliam fucked the cheese. Amazing. Then that place 20 puffs of cheese. Amazing. Suicide Soda, yeah. This is what the fuck, I don't know if he is. Morph hasn't streamed AA in a long while, unfortunately. Feels bad. Morph hasn't guess who is Pookie. Awesome. Yo yo teacher, yo, hey, you're born? What up? AARP seems like too much. I could never. Sorry, you do AARP. I'm a lurk. Yo, no, don't need to apologize. Roleplay is only as complicated as you make it for yourself. I typically play more socially complicated characters, just because that's how I am. I typically have a lot of depth in my characters' personalities. But you can very much play a character who's completely just reactive to the world. And those characters typically tend to be more hot-headed, short-tempered, or just joyful. And they're all welcome, and they're all very enjoyable. And typically very fun to play. Those kind of characters typically end up in little bits of mischief more often than not. Clap. Videos. Soft end, hour and a half. Got it. Yeah, I'm just going to be doing, we're going to do 2 laps of the grounds. And see what sort of trouble we can get into. But I feel like that went really well. My phone's also been going off a lot. Is someone DMing me? Is Zeke DMing me? Got some announcements in Neon Divide. Awesome. And then once I'm out of that, we were going to have a watch party. For Arcane Act 2, which I do want to see. So it's going to be probably the fastest lap around the grounds Berion's ever done. Because I want to watch Arcane. Unless you're already done. I wouldn't be surprised if you're done already. But yeah, a lot of talking. Big talking day. Lots of talking. Typical, a lot of talking of Berion, typically. I was just at the dorms. I'm not going to harass anyone there. So honestly, it's just going to the stadium, really. Checking the range, checking the stadium, and then call it a night. I'll give Howell a heads up that I do not believe there's going to be any professors currently on duty. Hop! Hop! Yo, Leroy! Check that how long are you going to be about to rewatch it, buddy? My buddy hasn't checked it. Sorry, you didn't have to bring bits. I'm probably going to finish up right away here. Like I said, I'm just doing one lap around the school to make sure that I'm not needed, and then I'm going to be retiring. So honestly, I'm just going to poke my head into the stadium, then I'll walk to the dorms, probably say goodnight to a student or two, and we'll leave it there. Actually, it is nighttime, so... Cadet Rise. Cadet Rise, may I ask why you're... Where did you go? What in the world? What was she doing here? There you are. Cadet Rise. Can you please explain to me why you are in the stadium past curfew? Something the matter?
I lost track of time. I'm sorry.
That's odd for you. As a reminder, once dinner is closed, cadets are to remain within the dorms and the neighboring areas. Unless Essor is giving a late lesson. There's no need to be there. Are you alright? Kimaer?
A lot of things came up again.
Things?
Similar to what I had talked to you about before.
Ah. Having difficulty again. The others?
Not even just the others, just... feeling stuff similar to, like at home, every now and then. Don't seem to be getting any better at it yet.
Would you like to sit down somewhere? Or if you want to be alone, I will respect it as well.
I do not mind.
I'm following you. Sorry, Leroy, this might be a bit longer. Lead me wherever you wish to be, and I will excuse it within reason.
It is the waterfall.
Very well. Got it. Appreciate it. You don't have to give bits for that. Take your money back. Oh yeah, $2. God damn it, Leroy. Can't stop me. Well, I'm going to ask you politely not to rain me with bits while I'm role-playing, because I don't want da-ding coming through my mic. In retrospect, I should probably just turn that alert down. Odd seeing you in such a low mood. When you approached me before, it seemed that you were just a little lost. Guidance needed. This time... Please.
I had nothing to say.
This was the first time when I found you at the dorm there that you were not your normal, happy, smiling self. I understand that not everyone has to be beaming full of joy. It's likely, perhaps I simply haven't seen you like that before. But it's concerning. It's also not like you to hesitate with your words.
Out of character note, has Berion ever seen her under the effect of Invertus?
Aside from the first, aside from the demonstration pass at the arena, no.
But you have seen, like, kind of her disposition during it? You probably notice similarities.
What were you doing in the stadium?
Right.
Were you fetching something? Were you...
Practicing. And getting better.
Training?
In a way.
You said something happened. Am I able to know? I can...
It has been a mix of things. I do not feel that I had done well enough today to deserve praise the way that they did at the end, given the problems they pointed out.
You mean the grade?
And I am still struggling with being, I suppose, taken as if I am able to handle my own issues. So I handled my own issue.
Handled?
So I would not feel. So I would not have difficulty with it for a while.
Rise, I don't... There's many things I don't understand here. Who didn't participate well in what? The activity today? Something else?
I thought that we had done well enough, but there seemed to be numerous problems that I did not understand how they were problems. They said it was passing, but I am used to when it is not, when there is anything wrong with it, it is failure. It is what I am used to.
Perfection. As I told you before, you don't look for mastery of something, especially things that are new. You just want to do your best. I understand it's likely going to take adjustment. Understood. Well, what was off? Is there something he said outside of the assembly? So
I have not spoken to them since the assembly.
Understood.
It is...
So the problem was your allies being able to find you, and then ensuring that your position was defensible.
To which I thought we had accounted for both things.
I feel that
it is also just the fact that I have not kept up with my practice, so it is easy to fall back into bad habits.
What sort of practice?
A practice to overcome the problems I have. That I asked for help from Professor Finn with.
These...
Getting better.
Self-improvement.
Self-improvement.
That's good. So what we're all here
It had
for.
also been a way. It had also been a way to help cope with other things because it had that effect as well.
She's kind of creeping me out.
So I
this
needed
tone
to
of voice,
get
this
better.
is not Rise. This is not Rise. What sort of problems, may I ask? Is this studying? Practical skills? Is this something more subtle?
For the most part, just that vulnerability. But in a way, it's also been mental fortitude as well, since I seem to be very prone to my own thoughts a lot.
We are all at the mercy of ourselves. If you worry about every single choice you ever make, everything you ever do, all you are going to give to yourself is hesitation. You're going to be so worried about, is this the right thing? What if I don't do it right? What if I make a mistake? Are they going to like it? If you fill your head with these questions, you're going to lose sight of what you're actually trying to do. At that point, are you doing what is right? Or are you doing what you think will make the other people happy? Even if it's not the right thing. You lose sight of yourself that way. Last time we talked up here, your worry was the others objecting to what you wanted to do.
There's still some I worry about that with. I was trying to work up the ability to talk about it, and in the process, seemed to make myself fall back into old habits.
Old habits?
So I needed to get better.
Sounds like the habits are undesirable. Is it something like is it a nervous tic of some sort, like biting one's nails or fidgeting? What sort of habits?
Becoming overwhelmed with negative feeling to where one cannot act.
Hesitation.
And then being afraid to say exactly what needs to be said. So I want to try to make myself unafraid. I don't feel afraid right now.
Oh. Why is that?
As I got better.
You got better? Is it because we're up here? Do you feel better? Is it because you're talking about it?
It is part of it. I have been out of practice.
What's making you afraid? You said you're afraid of something. It's making you not act. May I know? I understand that's a very personal question.
The people who matter most to me being hurt by my efforts that I am taking to try to avoid hurting them in the future. and wanting me to stop.
You're scared that they're going to disagree with the actions you're taking.
Even though they are important.
To you at least. It sounds like she's on drugs. So, after the activity today, I'm just making sure I have this sorted out. For myself, at least. After the activity today, the Captain Jonas gave you a moderately passing grade.
But it seemed that they were the most displeased with how we had performed. It did not sound like the idea of passing, but more begrudgingly.
I do not believe begrudgingly is the word. It's criticism, critique. He had something to say to every single squad. Something could be improved. There's always room for improvement. And that's our job here, to show you not only how to improve, but we also have to look for other things. Some are more subtle, others are more obvious. For example, let's say, Ryder. Let's go with Ryder. This will be a fun one. Cadet Ryder, he's very capable. Does very well in a fight. He's energetic. His heart seems to be in a good place. But he's also hot-headed, reckless. And that can be dangerous at times. Oh, pardon. It can be dangerous at times. But everyone knows that. Ryder knows that. He knows he doesn't quite look before he leaps. And he's addressing it. He's improving. Something that I myself would advise him to improve on is, have you noticed that whenever he casts a spell or invokes an ability within himself, that he yells out its name?
I have noticed that.
It's a warning. If I was fighting against him and it was only swordplay, and suddenly he sells hellfire or something along the terms, he comes up with some sort of rather theatrical, but it's a warning. It's an advantage he's giving me, and it makes it so that his own attack is more likely to fail.
I see.
And that's just a little thing. But it's things that we look for. And then there's Jamie. Please, go on.
I guess it is just, the problem is just once this feeling starts to hit, it is hard to turn it back around. And then more things start to add into it until it becomes nearly too much to handle without help.
It sounds like self-doubt, or perhaps even anxiety.
It is not too bad right now, but it is
Because you practiced?
from help.
From help?
I got better.
What helped? I need you to say it. I need you to say it. Berion knows something's up, but he needs you to say it.
What I had been taught.
By who? She's not going to say it.
The
She's not
professor.
gonna.
It has been very helpful, and it has been a while since I had practiced. So I needed to get
I thought the point of your lessons were to improve your defense against the fear spell he had.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
And part of it is also a mental fortitude. I am not sound, then how do I hold back?
Not sound. There's many things that build a sound mind. Most of them are built from kindness. Most others from experience, both good and bad. I've heard some say that they see you as a very pure individual. Very honest. They see you as a very pure and honest individual. One said it's because you haven't seen the hardship of the world, and I would argue every life has hardship. It is never the same. For you, I could not imagine being demanded for perfection as a child, or the equivalent of one. The mere pressure.
It became easier after a while.
Is that because you got better at it, or is that because you accepted the situation? Were you used to it? Or were you accepting of it?
I do not know.
The difference is difficult at times.
Those feelings are always there, every single bit of the day.
Feelings? Which feelings? Can you describe them?
Constant desire to be improving, because if I'm not, then that, I guess, doubt comes up. And then because if I let down someone else, then it is a reflection of my own failure.
No, it's not.
And I have plenty of experience to show that failure is unpleasant.
No. Failure in a grand scheme failure is to not meet an expectation or an objective. Yes. At times, it could very well be because the objective itself was ludicrous. If I told you to turn pink, if I told you to turn pink instead of blue, as you normally are,
I could try.
But that doesn't mean that others would be able to. I've seen you shift color. But if someone told me to turn blue, well, I can hold my breath, but it won't last very long. You do not have to hold yourself to the same standards as anyone else in the world. The standards that you bring upon yourself, the expectations you bring on yourself, please make sure that they're within reach. Please.
Okay.
All right. One step at a time. She's not saying what it is. Because I need her to say directly what she did. Or else I can't do anything. But perhaps this is for the best. Slow burn.
It did help, though.
The practice, his lesson. How? How did it help? What did it do?
It makes it easier to think more clearly when those feelings go away.
You're making your feelings go away.
Those ones that make it hard to act.
Like fear? Like anger?
And the other...
How about grief? Because I can name ways that all three of those things can drive someone to do better. You don't believe me?
I am curious.
Let's
There have
start with
usually been
which one would you?
problems.
Which one should I start with? Grief, anger, or fear? Take your pick.
Seeing as it is the most prevalent, why does fear help?
Fear. This one is more immediate. Fear is the embodiment of a survival instinct, self-preservation. You're afraid of being hurt. You're afraid of something happening that you don't want to happen. To avoid a future that you would not, a future you'd prefer to avoid, quite frankly. Like being hit or burned. Or yelled at. For the sake of survival, fear drives many creatures. Instinctually, someone who's afraid is more reactive, better reflexes. Someone who's afraid is more reflective and realistic of a situation. Without fear, there can be no bravery, only foolishness. If you are not afraid, you are accepting whatever harm is going to come to you. And that is not a good thing. It is okay to be afraid. There's days when even I am afraid. No, not even days. Most days I'm afraid of something. Just this morning, actually. I was afraid that I had upset someone very dear to me. And I am afraid that they may still be upset with me. It's fine. Because of this fear, I'm thinking of ways to avoid doing it again. And I'm thinking of ways to make it right. So I'm looking for improvements because of my fear.
I see.
Shall we try the other two? They would be rather similar, admittingly.
Okay.
Grief or anger, then?
Grief?
Grief. Sorrow. Have you ever lost a loved one? A friend? Me too.
I did like them. They are still with me.
Grief inspires many emotions. Most will simply cry until they come to terms with it. Others are driven to action. To make it right. Normally it's a motivation to improve oneself, or to ensure a mistake does not repeat itself. To grieve is to remember. And memory is a very powerful thing. A very powerful thing indeed.
Okay. And the last one?
Anger. Anger, admittingly, at times is dangerous. Yes. Because brash decision, poor choice, yes. But when it is justified anger gives the will, the determination to act. It brings bravery. There's many famous rebellions in history. Uprising against corrupt nobles, or some sort of poor government. The people who rebelled were all suffering the same problem, were all enduring the same thing. But it is because they all were angry, justifiably so, that they were driven to action together. That they were willing to push through something, an obstacle so insurmountable otherwise, without it. But again, anger is a double-edged blade. So do be careful with that one. But regardless...
I don't know if I have ever been really angry before.
Perhaps not at other people. You seem to me the more the kind to be angry at yourself. You're very hard on yourself. Do you get frustrated? That is anger. Very small, mind you, but anger nonetheless. Please. If you take away any one of these things, You're only being less of you. Less of the friend that we want to know. And less of yourself. I worry for you. I hope you know that. I am afraid that...
I am sorry.
No. It's my job. If, even in a perfect student, if you were absolutely perfect in all things, I would still be worried. Is perfection sustainable? Is it something that we can keep doing forever? Are you happy with it? And is the cost worth it? If you ever have to give up one person's happiness for the sake of another's, that is rarely the proper path. And that includes yourself. But alas, I can ramble and tell you all about feelings. I can do that all day. Who knows? I hope that whatever happiness you are looking for is something you can reach. And if it isn't, I'm sure there's many who will try to help you get there. So last time we were up here, we were making sure that your friends were listening to you. Today, I hope you're also listening to yourself. All right? I do have to retire, I'm afraid.
Okay. I'm sorry for taking up your time like this.
No. This is not something to apologize for. You got me out of my dusty office. The view is quite nice. And besides, I was able to help someone I care about. Not something to be sorry for.
Okay.
Good. And I am still trying to hunt down the deputy about getting you a new crystal. I haven't forgotten. I swear.
I was not worried about it, but
Well, I was.
you.
I was. My memory isn't perfect, I admit. But you enjoy your evening.
Okay. Goodbye.
I'll see you in the morning. Novaer. Good evening. And be well. Alright, the second I get to a portal, I'll call it a night, because I think that is a good last scene for today. Also, hi, who is that? Morality Unseen. Welcome. Welcome. It's a pleasure to see you. I will catch up on chat. I'll catch up on chat in a moment. I know. I'm coming. I know. Is anyone following me? No, we're clear. We're clear. She's not saying what she's doing. So I can't really stop her. I can't stop her from doing something that she won't tell me what she's doing.
Group meeting.
Out of
So
curiosity,
after that,
Perfect. I think Ari is the only one. Yeah, what's up?
So we're eventually going to
when
see
you guys
if
said
we
it's
can
at
make
nighttime,
Morgan a staff with a focus
do you know
in
you
it.
can also you should usually hit nighttime TP to
really
enable all the
cool.
nighttime stuff.
Okay. Alright, guys, who's on? Static. Hi, Static. I was Static. Crikey, what you see here is a rock demon. These buggers can grow up to 8 feet tall and are tough as iron. I'm going to give it a book just to piss it off. Crikey. I'm sorry to anyone who's Australian. You didn't deserve that. You deserve better. Anyway, let's catch up on chat. Where were we? We were up here. We were over here! Gloomy. From her wording, she cast a spell on herself without Professor Overwatch. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Whatever Finn is teaching her, she's doing it on herself. Without approval. Which sounds like she's an addict. Yeah, it sounds like a drug. She's, sounds like an addiction of some sort. Charm magic is a powerful thing when used on some. Be careful of what you say. Don't want to spoil emo. I already know what it is. Out of character, I already know what's going on. But it's a fact of Berion being able to put it together. Come on, Risei, let the bipolar elf fan help you. Oh, God. I want to stand by my earlier statement. Berion is a good person. He tries to be. Berion very much tries to be a good person. Berion rules. Might be Risei's savior. We'll see. It depends. It depends on how she takes it. Advice only matters if the person listens and is willing to act on it. But from the sound of it, because we learned last time that negative emotions, sadness, pain, sadness, fear, anger, because Risei is a slime, these emotions are physically painful. Imagine feeling fear. Imagine physically aching when you are crying. That sounds awful. It would only lead into more of a downward spiral. So, but at the same time, it is so important to understand that these feelings, negative feelings, these are part of you. It is okay to have doubts. It is okay to be sad at times. Because if you're not sad, how can you know when you're experiencing a happy moment? There has to be darkness for you to be able to know what light is. And I hope she's willing to come to terms with that. She slept outside? Oh my word, this girl! She did seem comfy on that rock. That's fine. She'll be fine there. She's within the barrier. When Rise falls asleep, does she just like turn into a puddle? Does she just does she lose shape? Does she just blob? Because it'd be kind of adorable. Just like thinking of one of the little slimes from Maple Story. She slept Arashi's door? Outside the bedroom. Oh. Huh. Well, Arashi, good luck in the morning. That's your problem now, girl. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, guys, I want to thank you all. She's pinning for Arashi's. Amazing. I want to thank you all who came to hang out with me today. Today was an interesting one. Some highs and lows. Berion ended up upsetting Minerva. And he's really tearing himself up over that. We came to a resolution with... Uh-oh, we've been spotted. Uh-oh, we've been spotted. Okay, we gotta be quick. Anyway, I want to thank you all who came to hang out with me today. All you wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people who are here like every day. And those of you who may have been here for just the first time. Oh my god. I don't know who that is, but I gotta stay out of range of that. You all take it easy. Good night.